Chapter 1 of Fathers and Sons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 1. "Well, Pyotr, still not in sight?" was the question asked on 20th of May, 1859, by a gentleman of about 40, wearing a dusty overcoat and check trousers, who came out hatless into the low porch of the posting station at X. He was speaking to his servant, a chubby young fellow with whitish down growing on his chin and with dim little eyes. The servant, in whom everything, the turquoise ring in his ear, the hair plastered down with grease, and the polite flexibility of his movements, indicated a man of the new improved generation, glanced condescendingly along the road and answered, "No, sir, definitely not in sight." "Not in sight?" repeated his master. "No, sir," replied the servant again. His master sighed and sat down on a little bench. We will introduce him to the reader while he sits, with his feet tucked in, looking thoughtfully around. His name was Nikolai Petrovich Kirsanov. He owned, about 12 miles from the posting station, a fine property of 200 serfs, or, as he called it, since he had arranged the division of his land with the peasants, a farm of nearly 5,000 acres. His father, a general in the army, who had served in 1812, a crude, almost illiterate, but good-natured type of Russian, had stuck to a routine job all his life, first commanding a brigade and later a division, and lived permanently in the provinces, where by virtue of his rank he was able to play a certain part. Nikolai Petrovich was born in South Russia, as was his elder brother Pavel, of whom we shall hear more. Till the age of 14 he was educated at home, surrounded by cheap tutors, free and easy but fawning adjutants, and all the usual regimental and staff people. His mother, a member of the Kolyasin family, was called Agatha as a girl, but as a general's wife her name was Agafokli Kuzminishna Kirsanov. She was a domineering military lady, wore gorgeous caps and rustling silk dresses. In church she was the first to go up to the cross. She talked a lot in a loud voice, let her children kiss her hand every morning and gave them her blessing at night. In fact, she enjoyed her life and got as much out of it as she could. As a general's son, Nikolai Petrovich, though so far from brave that he had even been called a funk, was intended, like his brother Pavel, to enter the army, but he broke his leg on the very day he obtained a commission, and after spending 2 months in bed, he never got rid of a slight limp for the rest of his life. His father gave him up as a bad job and let him go in for the civil service. He took him to Petersburg as soon as he was 18 and placed him in the university there. His brother happened at the same time to become an officer in a guards regiment. The young men started to share a flat together, and were kept under the remote supervision of a cousin on their mother's side, Ilya Kolyasin, an important official. Their father returned to his division and to his wife, and only occasionally wrote to his sons on large sheets of grey paper, scrawled over in an ornate clerkly handwriting. The bottom of these sheets was adorned with a scroll enclosing the words, "Pyotr Kirsanov, Major General." In 1835 Nikolai Petrovich graduated from the university, and in the same year General Kirsanov was put on the retired list after an unsuccessful review, and came with his wife to live in Petersburg. He was about to take a house in the Tavrochesky Gardens, and had joined the English Club when he suddenly died of an apoplectic fit. Agafokle Kuzminishna soon followed him to the grave. she could not adapt herself to a dull life in the capital, and was consumed by the boredom of retirement from regimental existence. Meanwhile, Nikolai Petrovich, during his parents' lifetime and much to their distress, had managed to fall in love with the daughter of his landlord, a petty official called Prepolovensky. She was an attractive and, as they call it, well-educated girl. She used to read the serious articles in the science column of the newspapers. He married her as soon as the period of mourning for his parents was over, and leaving the civil service, where his father had secured him a post through patronage, he started to live very happily with his Masha, first in a country villa near the Forestry Institute, afterwards in Petersburg, in a pretty little flat with a clean staircase and a draughty drawing-room, and finally in the country, where he settled down and where in due course his son Arkady was born. Husband and wife lived well and peacefully. They were hardly ever separated. They read together. They sang and played duets together on the piano. She grew flowers and looked after the poultry yard. He busied himself with the estate and sometimes hunted, while Arkady went on growing in the same happy and peaceful way. 10 years passed like a dream. Then, in 1847, Kirsanov's wife died. He hardly survived this blow, and his hair turned grey in a few weeks. He was preparing to travel abroad, if possible to distract his thoughts. But then came the year 1848. He returned unwillingly to the country, and after a rather long period of inactivity he began to take an interest in improving his estate. In 1855 he brought his son to the university and spent 3 winters in Petersburg with him, hardly going out anywhere and trying to make acquaintance with Arkady's young comrades. The last winter he was unable to go, and here we see him in May, 1859, already entirely grey-haired, plump and rather bent, waiting for his son, who had just taken his university degree, as once he had taken it himself. The servant, from a feeling of propriety, and perhaps also because he was anxious to escape from his master's eye, had gone over to the gate and was smoking a pipe. Nikolai Petrovich bowed his head and began to stare at the crumbling steps. A big mottled hen walked sedately towards him, treading firmly with its thick yellow legs. A dirty cat cast a disapproving look at him, as she twisted herself coyly around the railing. The sun was scorching. A smell of hot rye bread was wafted from the dim entrance of the posting station. Nikolai Petrovich started musing. "My son, a graduate, Arkasha," kept on turning round in his mind. He tried to think of something else, but the same thoughts returned. He remembered his dead wife. "She did not live to see it," he murmured sadly. A plump blue pigeon flew on the road and hurriedly started to drink water from a puddle near the well. Nikolai Petrovich began to watch it, but his ear had already caught the sound of approaching wheels. "It sounds as if they're coming, sir," announced the servant, emerging from the gateway. Nikolai Petrovich jumped up and fixed his eyes on the road. A carriage appeared with 3 posting horses abreast. Inside it he caught a glimpse of the band of a student's cap and the familiar outline of a dear face. "Arkasha! Arkasha!" cried Kirsanov, and he ran out into the road waving his arms. A few moments later his lips were pressed to the beardless, dusty, sunburnt cheek of the young graduate. End of chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 2 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 2. "Let me shake myself first, Daddy," said Arkady, in a voice rather tired from traveling, but boyish and resonant, as he responded gaily to his father's greetings. "I'm covering you with dust." "Never mind, never mind," repeated Nikolai Petrovich, smiling tenderly, and struck the collar of his son's cloak and his own greatcoat with his hand. "Let me have a look at you. Just show yourself," he added, moving back from him, and then hurried away towards the station yard, calling out, "This way, bring the horses along at once." Nikolai Petrovich seemed much more excited than his son; he was really rather confused and shy. Arkady stopped him. "Daddy," he said, "let me introduce you to my great friend Bazarov, about whom I wrote to you so often. He has kindly agreed to come to stay with us." Nikolai Petrovich turned round quickly, and going up to a tall man in a long, loose, rough coat with tassels, who had just climbed out of the carriage, he warmly pressed the ungloved red hand which the latter did not at once hold out to him. "I am delighted," he began, "and grateful for your kind intention to visit us. I hope... Please tell me your name and patronymic." "Evgeny Vasilyev," answered Bazarov in a lazy but manly voice, and turning back the collar of his rough overcoat he showed his whole face. It was long and thin, with a broad forehead, a nose flat at the base and sharper at the end, large greenish eyes and sand-colored, drooping side whiskers. It was enlivened by a calm smile and looked self-confident and intelligent. "I hope, my dear Evgeny Vassilich, that you won't be bored staying with us," continued Nikolai Petrovich. Bazarov's thin lips moved slightly, but he made no answer and merely took off his cap. His fair hair, long and thick, did not hide the prominent bumps on his broad skull. "Well, Arkady," Nikolai Petrovich began again, turning to his son, "would you rather have the horses brought round at once, or would you like to rest?" "We'll rest at home, Daddy. Tell them to harness the horses." At once," his father exclaimed. "Hey, Pyotr, do you hear? Get a move on, my boy." Pyotr, who as a perfectly modern servant had not kissed his master's hand but only bowed to him from a distance, vanished again through the gates. "I came here with the carriage, but there are 3 horses for your tarantass also," said Nikolai Petrovich fussily, while Arkady drank some water from an iron bucket brought to him by the woman in charge of the station, and Bazarov began smoking a pipe and went up to the driver, who was unharnessing the horses. "There are only 2 seats in the carriage, and I don't know how your friend—" "He will go on the tarantass," interrupted Arkady in an undertone. "Don't stand on ceremony with him, please. He's a splendid fellow, so simple. You will see." Nikolai Petrovich's coachman brought the horses round. "Well, make haste, Bushybeard," said Bazarov, addressing the driver. "Do you hear, Mitya?" chipped in another driver, standing with his hands behind him thrust into the slits of his sheepskin coat. "What the gentleman just called you? That's just what you are, a bushy beard." Mitya only jerked his hat and pulled the reins off the steaming horses. "Hurry up, lads, lend a hand," cried Nikolai Petrovich. "There'll be something to drink our health with." In a few minutes the horses were harnessed, father and son took their places in the carriage, Pyotr climbed on to the box, Bazarov jumped into the tarantass, leaned his head back against the leather cushion, and both vehicles rolled away. End of chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 3 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 3. "So here you are, a graduate at last, and home again," said Nikolai Petrovich, touching Arkady now on the shoulder, now on the knee. "At last." "And how is uncle? Is he well?" asked Arkady, who, in spite of the genuine, almost childish joy which filled him, wanted as soon as possible to turn the conversation from an emotional to a more commonplace level. "Quite well. He wanted to come with me to meet you, but for some reason he changed his mind." "And did you have a long wait for me?" asked Arkady. "Oh, about 5 hours." "You dear old daddy." Arkady turned round briskly to his father and gave him a resounding kiss on the cheek. Nikolai Petrovich laughed quietly. "I've got a splendid horse for you," he began. "You will see for yourself. And your room has been freshly papered." "And is there a room ready for Bazarov?" "We will find one all right." "Please, Daddy, be kind to him. I can't tell you how much I value his friendship." "You met him only recently?" "Quite recently." "That's how I didn't see him last winter. What is he studying?" "His chief subject is natural science. But he knows everything. Next year he wants to take his doctor's degree." "Ah, he's in the medical faculty," remarked Nikolai Petrovich, and fell silent. "Pyotr," he went on, stretching out his hand, "aren't those our peasants driving along?" Pyotr looked aside to where his master was pointing. A few carts, drawn by unbridled horses, were rolling rapidly along a narrow side track. In each cart were seated 1 or 2 peasants in unbuttoned sheepskin coats. "Just so, sir," replied Pyotr. "Where are they going? To the town?" "To the town, I suppose, to the pub," Pyotr added contemptuously, and half turned towards the coachman as if including him in the reproach. But the latter did not turn a hair; he was a man of the old type and did not share the latest views of the younger generation. "The peasants have given me a lot of trouble this year," went on Nikolai Petrovich, turning to his son. "They won't pay their rent. What is one to do?" "And are you satisfied with your hired laborers?" "Yes," said Nikolai Petrovich between his teeth. "But they're being set against me, that's the worst of it, and they don't really work properly; they spoil the tools. However, they've managed to plow the land. We shall manage somehow; there will be enough flour to go round. Are you starting to be interested in agriculture?" "What a pity you have no shade," remarked Arkady, without answering the last question. "I have had a big awning put up on the north side over the veranda," said Nikolai Petrovich. "Now we can even have dinner in the open air." "Won't it be rather too like a summer villa? But that's a minor matter. What air there is here! How wonderful it smells! Really, it seems to me no air in the world is so sweetly scented as here. And the sky, too." Arkady suddenly stopped, cast a quick look behind him and did not finish his sentence. "Naturally," observed Nikolai Petrovich. "You were born here, so everything is bound to strike you with a special—" "Really, Daddy, it makes absolutely no difference where a person is born." "Still—" "No, it makes no difference at all." Nikolai Petrovich glanced sideways at his son, and the carriage went on half a mile farther before the conversation was renewed. "I forgot if I wrote to you," began Nikolai Petrovich, "that your old nurse Yegorovna has died." "Really? Poor old woman! And is Prokovich still alive?" "Yes, and not changed a bit. He grumbles as much as ever. Indeed, you won't find many changes at Maryino." "Have you still the same bailiff?" "Well, I have made a change there. I decided it was better not to keep around me any freed serfs who had been house servants, at least not to entrust them with any responsible jobs." Arkady glanced towards Pyotr. "Il est libre en effet," said Nikolai Petrovich in an undertone, "but as you see, he's only a valet. My new bailiff is a townsman; he seems fairly efficient. I pay him 250 rubles a year. But," added Nikolai Petrovich, rubbing his forehead and eyebrows with his hand, which was always with him a sign of embarrassment, "I told you just now you would find no changes at Maryino. That's not quite true. I think it my duty to tell you in advance, though." He hesitated for a moment and then went on in French: "A severe moralist would consider my frankness improper, but in the first place I can't conceal it, and then, as you know, I have always had my own particular principles about relations between father and son. Of course you have a right to blame me. At my age, to cut a long story short, that girl about whom you've probably heard." "Fenichka?" inquired Arkady casually. Nikolai Petrovich blushed. "Don't mention her name so loudly, please. Well, yes, she lives with me now. I have installed her in the house. There were 2 small rooms available. Of course, all that can be altered." "But why, Daddy? What for?" "Your friend will be staying with us. It'll be awkward." "Please don't worry about Bazarov. He's above all that." "Well, but you too," added Nikolai Petrovich. "Unfortunately the little side wing is in such a bad state." "For goodness' sake, Daddy," interposed Arkady, "you needn't apologize. Are you ashamed?" "Of course I ought to be ashamed," answered Nikolai Petrovich, turning redder and redder. "Enough of that, Daddy. Please don't." Arkady smiled affectionately. "What a thing to apologize for," he thought to himself, and his heart was filled with a feeling of indulgent tenderness for his kind, soft-hearted father, mixed with a sense of secret superiority. "Please stop that," he repeated once more, instinctively enjoying the awareness of his own more emancipated outlook. Nikolai Petrovich looked at his son through the fingers of the hand with which he was again rubbing his forehead, and a pang seized his heart, but he immediately reproached himself for it. "Here are our own meadows at last," he remarked after a long silence. "And that is our forest over there, isn't it?" asked Arkady. "Yes, but I have sold it. This year they will cut it down for timber." "Why did you sell it?" "We need the money. Besides, that land will be taken over by the peasants." "Who don't pay their rent?" "That's their affair. Anyhow, they will pay it some day." "It's a pity about the forest," said Arkady, and began to look around him. The country through which they were driving could not possibly be called picturesque. Field after field stretched right up to the horizon, now gently sloping upwards, then slanting down again; in some places woods were visible and winding ravines, planted with low scrubby bushes, vividly reminiscent of the way in which they were represented in the old maps of Catherine's times. They passed by little streams with hollow banks and ponds with narrow dams, small villages with low huts under dark and often crumbling roofs, and crooked barns with walls woven out of dry twigs and with gaping doorways opening on to neglected threshing floors, and churches, some brick-built with the stucco covering peeling off in patches, others built of wood, near crosses fallen crooked in the overgrown graveyards. Gradually Arkady's heart began to sink. As if to contemplate the picture, the peasants whom they met were all in rags and mounted on the most wretched-looking little horses. The willows, with their broken branches and trunks stripped of bark, stood like tattered beggars along the roadside. Lean and shaggy cows, pinched with hunger, were greedily tearing up grass along the ditches. They looked as if they had just been snatched out of the clutches of some terrifying murderous monster. And the pitiful sight of these emaciated animals in the setting of that gorgeous spring day conjured up, like a white ghost, the vision of interminable joyless winter with its storms, frosts and snows. "No," thought Arkady, "this country is far from rich, and the people seem neither contented nor industrious. We just can't let things go on like this. Reforms are indispensable. But how are we to execute them? How should we begin?" Such were Arkady's thoughts, but even while he was thinking, the spring regained its sway. All around lay a sea of golden green, everything, trees, bushes and grass, vibrated and stirred in gentle waves under the breath of the warm breeze. From every side the larks were pouring out their loud continuous trills. The plovers were calling as they glided over the low-lying meadows or noiselessly ran over the tufts of grass. The crows strutted about in the low spring corn, looking picturesquely black against its tender green. They disappeared in the already whitening rye, only from time to time their heads peeped out from among its misty waves. Arkady gazed, and his thoughts grew slowly fainter and died away. He flung off his overcoat and turned round with such a bright boyish look that his father hugged him once again. "We're not far away now," remarked Nikolai Petrovich. "As soon as we get to the top of this hill, the house will be in sight. We shall have a fine life together, Arkasha. You will help me to farm the land, if only it doesn't bore you. We must draw close to each other now and get to know each other better, mustn't we?" "Of course," murmured Arkady. "But what a wonderful day it is!" "To welcome you home, my dear one. Yes, this is spring in all its glory. Though I agree with Pushkin. Do you remember, in Evgeny Onegin? 'To me how sad your coming is. Spring, spring, sweet time of love. What—'" "Arkady," shouted Bazarov's voice from the tarantass, "give me a match. I've got nothing to light my pipe with." Nikolai Petrovich fell silent, while Arkady, who had been listening to him with some surprise but not without sympathy, hurriedly pulled a silver matchbox out of his pocket and told Pyotr to take it over to Bazarov. "Do you want a cigar?" shouted Bazarov again. "Thanks," answered Arkady. Pyotr came back to the carriage and handed him, together with the matchbox, a thick black cigar, which Arkady started to smoke at once, spreading around him such a strong and acrid smell of cheap tobacco that Nikolai Petrovich, who had never been a smoker, was forced to turn away his head, which he did unobtrusively to avoid hurting his son's feelings. A quarter of an hour later both carriages drew up in front of the porch of a new wooden house, painted grey, with a red iron roof. This was Mariino, also known as New Hamlet, or as the peasants had nicknamed it, Landless Farm. End of chapter 3. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 4 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 4. No crowd of house servants ran out to meet their master. There appeared only a little 12-year-old girl, and behind her a young lad, very like Pyotr, came out of the house. He was dressed in a grey livery with white armorial buttons, and was the servant of Pavel Petrovich Kirsanov. He silently opened the carriage door and unbuttoned the apron of the tarantass. Nikolai Petrovich with his son and Bazarov walked through a dark and almost empty hall, through the door of which they caught a glimpse of a young woman's face, and into a drawing room furnished in the most modern style. "Well, here we are at home," said Nikolai Petrovich, removing his cap and shaking back his hair. "Now the main thing is to have supper and then to rest." "It wouldn't be a bad thing to have a meal, certainly," said Bazarov, stretching himself, and he sank on to a sofa. "Yes, yes, let us have supper at once," exclaimed Nikolai Petrovich, and for no apparent reason stamped his foot. "Ah, here comes Prokovich just at the right moment." A man of 60 entered, white-haired, thin and swarthy, dressed in a brown coat with brass buttons and a pink neckerchief. He grinned, went up to kiss Arkady's hand, and after bowing to the guest, retreated to the door and put his hands behind his back. "Here he is, Prokovich," began Nikolai Petrovich. "At last he has come back to us. Well, how do you find him?" "As well as could be," said the old man, and grinned again. Then he quickly knitted his bushy eyebrows. "Do you want supper served?" he asked solemnly. "Yes, yes, please. But don't you want to go to your room first, Evgeny Vassilich?" "No, thanks, there's no need. Only tell them to carry my little trunk in there, and this garment too," he added, taking off his loose overcoat. "Certainly. Prokovich, take the gentleman's coat." Prokovich, with a puzzled look, picked up Bazarov's garment with both hands, and holding it high above his head went out on tiptoe. "And you, Arkady, are you going to your room for a moment?" "Yes, I must wash," answered Arkady, and was just moving towards the door, when at that moment there entered the drawing-room a man of medium height, dressed in a dark English suit, a fashionable low cravat and patent leather shoes, Pavel Petrovich Kirsanov. He looked about 45, his closely cropped grey hair shone with a dark luster like unpolished silver. His ivory-colored face, without wrinkles, had exceptionally regular and clear features, as though carved by a sharp and delicate chisel, and showed traces of outstanding beauty; particularly fine were his shining, dark, almond-shaped eyes. The whole figure of Arkady's uncle, graceful and aristocratic, had preserved the flexibility of youth and that air of striving upwards, away from the earth, which usually disappears when people are over 30. Pavel Petrovich drew from his trouser pocket his beautiful hand with its long pink nails, a hand which looked even more beautiful against the snowy white cuff buttoned with a single large opal, and stretched it out to his nephew. After a preliminary European handshake, he kissed him 3 times in the Russian style; in fact, he touched his cheek 3 times with his perfumed mustache and said, "Welcome!" Nikolai Petrovich introduced him to Bazarov. Pavel Petrovich responded with a slight inclination of his supple body and a slight smile, but he did not give him his hand and even put it back in his pocket. "I began to think that you weren't coming today," he began in a pleasant voice, with an amiable swing and shrug of the shoulders. His smile showed his splendid white teeth. "Did anything go wrong on the road?" "Nothing went wrong," answered Arkady. "Only we dawdled a bit, so now we're as hungry as wolves. Make Prokovich hurry up, Daddy. I'll be back in a moment." "Wait, I'm coming with you," exclaimed Bazarov, suddenly pulling himself off the sofa. Both the young men went out. "Who is he?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "A friend of Arkasha's. According to him, a very clever young man." "Is he going to stay with us?" "Yes." "That unkempt creature?" "Well, yes." Pavel Petrovich drummed on the table with his fingertips. "I fancy Arkady s'est déjoué," he observed. "I'm glad he has come back." At supper there was little conversation. Bazarov uttered hardly a word, but ate a lot. Nikolai Petrovich told various anecdotes about what he called his farming career, talked about the forthcoming government measures, about committees, deputations, the need to introduce new machinery, etc. Pavel Petrovich paced slowly up and down the dining room (he never ate supper), occasionally sipping from a glass of red wine, and less often uttering some remark or rather exclamation, such as "Ah! Aha! Hm!" Arkady spoke about the latest news from Petersburg, but he was conscious of being a bit awkward, with that awkwardness which usually overcomes a youth when he has just stopped being a child and has come back to a place where they are accustomed to regard and treat him as a child. He made his sentences quite unnecessarily long, avoided the word "daddy" and even sometimes replaced it by the word "father" mumbled between his teeth. With exaggerated carelessness he poured into his glass far more wine than he really wanted and drank it all. Prokovich did not take his eyes off him and kept on chewing his lips. After supper they all separated at once. "Your uncle's a queer fellow," Bazarov said to Arkady as he sat in his dressing gown by the bed, smoking a short pipe. "All that smart dandyism in the country. Just think of it! And his his nails, they ought to be sent to an exhibition." "Why, of course you don't know," replied Arkady. "He was a great figure in his day. I'll tell you his story some time. He was extremely handsome and used to turn all the women's heads." "Oh, that's it! So he keeps it up for the sake of old times. What a pity there's no one for him to fascinate here. I kept on looking at his astonishing collar, just like marble, and his chin so meticulously shaved. Come, come, Arkady, isn't it ridiculous?" "Perhaps it is, but he's a good man really." "An archaic survival. But your father is a splendid fellow. He wastes his time reading poetry and knows precious little about farming, but he's kind-hearted." "My father has a heart of gold." "Did you notice how shy he was?" Arkady shook his head, as if he were not shy himself. "It's something astonishing," went on Bazarov, "these old romantic idealists. They go on developing their nervous systems till they get highly strung and irritable, then they lose their balance completely. Well, good night. In my room there's an English washstand, but the door won't fasten. Anyhow, that ought to be encouraged, English washstands; they stand for progress." Bazarov went out, and a sense of peaceful happiness stole over Arkady. It was sweet to fall asleep in one's own home, in the familiar bed, under the quilt which had been worked by loving hands, perhaps the hands of his old nurse, those gentle, good and tireless hands. Arkady remembered Yegorovna, and sighed and wished, God rest her soul. For himself he said no prayer. Both he and Bazarov soon fell asleep, but others in the house remained awake much longer. Nikolai Petrovich was agitated by his son's return. He lay in bed but did not put out the candles, and propping his head in his hands he went on thinking. His brother was sitting till long after midnight in his study, in a wide armchair in front of the fireplace, in which some embers glowed faintly. Pavel Petrovich had not undressed, but some red Chinese slippers had replaced his patent leather shoes. He held in his hand the last number of Galignani, but he was not reading it. He gazed fixedly into the fireplace, where a bluish flame flickered, dying down and flaring up again at intervals. God knows where his thoughts were wandering, but they were not wandering only in the past. His face had a stern and concentrated expression, unlike that of a man who is solely absorbed in his memories. And in a little back room, on a large chest, sat a young woman in a blue jacket with a white kerchief thrown over her dark hair. This was Fenichka. She was now listening, now dozing, now looking across towards the open door, through which a child's bed was visible, and the regular breathing of a sleeping infant could be heard. End of chapter 4. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 5 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 5. The next morning Bazarov woke up earlier than anyone else and went out of the house. "Ugh," he thought, "this isn't much of a place." When Nikolai Petrovich had divided his estate with his peasants, he had to set aside for his new manor house 4 acres of entirely flat and barren land. He had built a house, offices and farm buildings, laid out a garden, dug a pond and sunk 2 wells, but the young trees had not flourished, very little water had collected in the pond, and the well water had a brackish taste. Only 1 arbor of lilac and acacia had grown up properly. The family sometimes drank tea or dined there. In a few minutes Bazarov had explored all the little paths in the garden. He went into the cattle yard and the stables, discovered 2 farm boys with whom he made friends at once, and went off with them to a small swamp about a mile from the house in order to search for frogs. "What do you want frogs for, sir?" asked one of the boys. "I'll tell you what for," answered Bazarov, who had a special capacity for winning the confidence of lower class people, though he never cringed to them and indeed treated them casually. "I shall cut the frog open to see what goes on inside him, and then, as you and I are much the same as frogs except that we walk on legs, I shall learn what is going on inside us as well." "And why do you want to know that?" "In order not to make a mistake if you're taken ill and I have to cure you." "Are you a doctor then?" "Yes." "Vaska, did you hear that? The gentleman says that you and I are just like frogs. That's queer." "I'm frightened of frogs," remarked Vaska, a boy of 7, with flaxen hair and bare feet, dressed in a grey smock with a high collar. "What are you frightened of? Do they bite?" "There, paddle along into the water, you philosophers," said Bazarov. Meanwhile Nikolai Petrovich had also awakened and had gone to see Arkady, whom he found dressed. Father and son went out on to the terrace, under the shelter of the awning. The samovar was already boiling on the table near the balustrade among great bunches of lilac. A little girl appeared, the same one who had first met them on their arrival the evening before. In a shrill voice she said, "Fedosya Nikolayevna is not very well and she can't come. She told me to ask you, will you pour out tea yourself or should she send Dunyasha?" "I'll pour myself, of course," interposed Nikolai Petrovich hurriedly. "Arkady, how do you like your tea, with cream or with lemon?" "With cream," answered Arkady, Then, after a brief pause, he muttered questioningly, "Daddy?" Nikolai Petrovich looked at his son with embarrassment. "Well?" he said. Arkady lowered his eyes. "Excuse me, Daddy, if my question seems to you indiscreet," he began, "but you yourself by your frank talk yesterday encouraged me to be frank. You won't be angry?" "Go on." "You make me bold enough to ask you, isn't the reason why isn't it only because I'm here that she won't come to pour out tea?" Nikolai Petrovich turned slightly aside. "Perhaps," he at length answered, "she feels ashamed." Arkady glanced quickly at his father. "She has no reason to feel ashamed. In the first place, you know my point of view," Arkady much enjoyed pronouncing these words, "and secondly, how could I want to interfere in the smallest way with your life and habits? Besides, I'm sure you couldn't make a bad choice. If you allow her to live under the same roof with you, she must be worthy of it. In any case, it's not for a son to judge his father, particularly for me, and with such a father, who has always let me do everything I wanted." Arkady's voice trembled to start with. He felt he was being magnanimous and realized at the same time that he was delivering something like a lecture to his father. But the sound of his own voice has a powerful effect on any man, and Arkady pronounced the last words firmly and even emphatically. "Thank you, Arkasha," said Nikolai Petrovich thickly, and his fingers again passed over his eyebrows. "What you suppose is in fact quite true. Of course, if this girl hasn't deserved it's not just a frivolous fancy. It's awkward for me to talk to you about this, but you understand that it's difficult for her to come here in your presence, especially on the first day of your arrival." "In that case I'll go to her myself," exclaimed Arkady, with a fresh onrush of generous excitement, and he jumped up from his seat. "I will explain to her that she has no need to feel ashamed in front of me." Nikolai Petrovich got up also. "Arkady," he began, "please, how is it possible I haven't told you yet." But Arkady was no longer listening to him. He had run off the terrace. Nikolai Petrovich gazed after him and sank into a chair overwhelmed with confusion. His heart began to throb. Did he realize at that moment the inevitable strangeness of his future relations with his son? Was he aware that Arkady might have shown him more respect if he had never mentioned that subject at all? Did he reproach himself for weakness? It is hard to say. All these feelings moved within him, though in the state of vague sensations only, but the flush remained on his face, and his heart beat rapidly. Then came the sound of hurrying footsteps and Arkady appeared on the terrace. "We have introduced ourselves, Daddy," he cried with an expression of affectionate and good-natured triumph on his face. "Fedosya Nikolayevna is really not very well today, and she will come out a little later. But why didn't you tell me I have a brother? I should have kissed him last night as I kissed him just now." Nikolai Petrovich tried to say something, tried to rise and opened wide his arms. Arkady flung himself on his neck. "What's this? Embracing again?" sounded the voice of Pavel Petrovich behind them. Father and son were both equally glad to see him at that moment. There are situations, however touching, from which one nevertheless wants to escape as quickly as possible. "Why are you surprised at that?" said Nikolai Petrovich gaily. "What ages I've been waiting for Arkasha! I haven't had time to look at him properly since yesterday." Arkady went up to his uncle and again felt on his cheeks the touch of that perfumed mustache. Pavel Petrovich sat down at the table. He was wearing another elegant English suit with a bright little fez on his head. That fez and the carelessly tied little cravat suggested the freedom of country life, but the stiff collar of his shirt, not white, it is true, but striped, as is correct with morning dress, stood up as inexorably as ever against his well-shaved chin. "Where is your new friend?" he asked Arkady. "He's not in the house. He usually gets up early and goes off somewhere. The main thing is not to pay any attention to him. He dislikes ceremony." "Yes, that's obvious," Pavel Petrovich began, slowly spreading butter on his bread. "Is he going to stay long with us?" "Possibly. He came here on his way to his father's." "And where does his father live?" "In our province, about 65 miles from here. He has a small property there. He used to be an army doctor." "Tut, tut, tut! Of course. I kept on asking myself, where have I heard that name before, Bazarov? Nikolai, don't you remember, there was a surgeon called Bazarov in our father's division?" "I believe there was." "Exactly. So that surgeon is his father. Pavel Petrovich pulled his mustache. "Well, and Monsieur Bazarov, what is he?" he asked in a leisurely tone. "What is Bazarov?" Arkady smiled. "Would you like me to tell you, uncle, what he really is?" "Please do, nephew." "He is a nihilist." "What?" asked Nikolai Petrovich, while Pavel Petrovich lifted his knife in the air, with a small piece of butter on the tip, and remained motionless. "He is a nihilist," repeated Arkady. "A nihilist," said Nikolai Petrovich. "That comes from the Latin nihil, nothing, as far as I can judge. The word must mean a man who recognizes nothing?" "Say, who respects nothing," interposed Pavel Petrovich, and lowered his knife with the butter on it. "Who regards everything from the critical point of view," said Arkady. "Isn't that exactly the same thing?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "No, it's not the same thing. A nihilist is a person who does not bow down to any authority, who does not accept any principle on faith, however much that principle may be revered." "Well, and is that good?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "That depends, uncle dear. For some it is good, for others very bad." "Indeed. Well, I see that's not in our line. We old-fashioned people think that without principles, taken as you say on faith, one can't take a step or even breathe. Vous avez changé tout cela. May God grant you health and a general's rank, and we shall be content to look on and admire your what was the name?" "Nihilists," said Arkady, pronouncing very distinctly. "Yes. There used to be Hegelists and now there are nihilists. We shall see how you will manage to exist in the empty airless void. And now ring, please, brother Nikolai, it's time for me to drink my cocoa." Nikolai Petrovich rang the bell and called, "Dunyasha!" But instead of Dunyasha, Fenichka herself appeared on the terrace. She was a young woman of about 23, with a soft white skin, dark hair and eyes, childishly pouting lips and plump little hands. She wore a neat cotton dress, a new blue kerchief lay lightly over her soft shoulders. She carried a large cup of cocoa, and setting it down in front of Pavel Petrovich, she was overcome with confusion. The hot blood rushed in a wave of crimson under the delicate skin of her charming face. She lowered her eyes and stood by the table slightly pressing it with her fingertips. She looked as if she were ashamed of having come in, and somehow felt at the same time that she had a right to come. Pavel Petrovich frowned and Nikolai Petrovich looked embarrassed. "Good morning, Fenichka," he muttered through his teeth. "Good morning," she replied in a voice not loud but resonant, and casting a quick glance at Arkady, who gave her a friendly smile, she went quietly away. She had a slightly swaying walk, but that also suited her. For some minutes silence reigned on the terrace. Pavel Petrovich was sipping his cocoa; suddenly he raised his head. "Here is Mr. Nihilist coming over to visit us," he murmured. Bazarov was in fact approaching through the garden, striding over the flower beds. His linen coat and trousers were bespattered with mud; a clinging marsh plant was twined round the crown of his old round hat; in his right hand he held a small bag, in which something alive was wriggling. He walked quickly up to the terrace and said with a nod, "Good morning, gentlemen. Sorry I was late for tea. I'll join you in a moment. I just have to put these prisoners away." "What have you there? Leeches?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "No, frogs." "Do you eat them or keep them for breeding?" "For experiments," answered Bazarov indifferently, and went into the house. "So he's going to cut them up," observed Pavel Petrovich. "He has no faith in principles, but he has faith in frogs." Arkady looked sadly at his uncle. Nikolai Petrovich almost imperceptibly shrugged his shoulders. Pavel Petrovich himself felt that his epigram had misfired, and he began to talk about farming and the new bailiff who had come to him the evening before to complain that a laborer, Foma, was debauched and had become unmanageable. "He's such an Aesop," he remarked. "He announces to everyone that he's a worthless fellow. He wants to have a good time, and then he'll suddenly leave his job on account of some stupidity." Chapter 6 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Molin. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 6. Bazarov came back, sat down at the table and began to drink tea hurriedly. Both brothers watched him in silence, and Arkady glanced furtively from one to the other. "Did you walk far this morning?" asked Nikolai Petrovich at last. "To where you've got a little marsh near an aspen wood. I scared away 5 snipe. You might shoot them, Arkady." "So you're not a sportsman yourself?" "No." "Isn't physics your special subject?" asked Pavel Petrovich in his turn. "Yes, physics, and natural science in general." "They say the Teutons have lately had great success in that line." "Yes, the Germans are our teachers in it," Bazarov answered carelessly. Pavel Petrovich had used the word Teutons instead of Germans with an ironical intention which, however, no one noticed. "Have you such a high opinion of Germans?" asked Pavel Petrovich with exaggerated politeness. He was beginning to feel a concealed irritation. Bazarov's complete nonchalance disgusted his aristocratic nature. This surgeon's son was not only self-assured, he even answered abruptly and unwillingly, and there was something coarse and almost insolent in the tone of his voice. "Their scientists are a clever lot." "Ah, yes. I expect you hold a less flattering opinion about Russian scientists?" "Very likely." "That is very praiseworthy self-denial," said Pavel Petrovich, drawing himself up and throwing back his head. But how is it that Arkady Nikolaitch was telling us just now that you acknowledge no authorities? Don't you even believe in them?" "Why should I acknowledge them, or believe in them? If they tell me the truth, I agree. That's all." "And do all Germans tell the truth?" murmured Pavel Petrovich, and his face took on a distant, detached expression, as if he had withdrawn to some misty height. "Not all," answered Bazarov with a short yawn, obviously not wanting to prolong the discussion. Pavel Petrovich looked at Arkady, as if he wanted to say, "How polite your friend is." "As far as I'm concerned," he began again with some effort, "I plead guilty of not liking Germans. There's no need to mention Russian Germans, we all know what sort of creatures they are. But even German Germans don't appeal to me. Formerly there were a few Germans here and there, well, Schiller for instance, or Goethe. My brother is particularly fond of them. But nowadays they all seem to have turned into chemists and materialists." "A decent chemist is 20 times more useful than any poet," interrupted Bazarov. "Oh, indeed," remarked Pavel Petrovich, and as if he were falling asleep he slightly raised his eyebrows. "So you don't acknowledge art?" "The art of making money or of advertising pills," cried Bazarov with a contemptuous laugh. "Ah, just so. You like joking, I see. So you reject all that very well. So you believe in science only?" "I have already explained to you that I don't believe in anything. And what is science? Science in the abstract? There are sciences, as there are trades and professions, but abstract science just doesn't exist." "Excellent. Well, and do you maintain the same negative attitude towards other traditions which have become generally accepted for human conduct?" "What is this, a cross-examination?" asked Bazarov. Pavel Petrovich turned a little pale. Nikolai Petrovich felt that the moment had come for him to intervene in the conversation. "Sometime we should discuss this subject with you in greater detail, my dear Evgeny Vassilich. We will hear your views and express our own. I must say I'm personally very glad you are studying natural science. I heard that Liebig made some wonderful discoveries about improving the soil. You can help me in my agricultural work and give me some useful advice." "I'm at your service, Nikolai Petrovich, but Liebig is quite above our heads. We must first learn the alphabet and only then begin to read, and we haven't even yet grasped the ABC." "You are a nihilist, all right," thought Nikolai Petrovich, and added aloud, "All the same, I hope you will let me apply to you occasionally. And now, brother, I think it's time for us to go and have our talk with the bailiff." Pavel Petrovich rose from his seat. "Yes," he said, without looking at anyone, "it's sad to have lived like this for 5 years in the country, far from mighty intellects. You turn into a fool straight away. You try not to forget what you have learned, and then one fine day it turns out to be all rubbish, and they tell you that experienced people have nothing to do with such nonsense, and that you, if you please, are an antiquated old simpleton. What's to be done? Obviously young people are cleverer than we." Pavel Petrovich turned slowly on his heels and went out. Nikolai Petrovich followed him. "Is he always like that?" Bazarov coolly asked Arkady directly the door had closed behind the two brothers. "I must say, Evgeny, you were unnecessarily rude to him," remarked Arkady. "You hurt his feelings." "Well, am I to humor them, these provincial aristocrats? Why, it's all personal vanity, smart habits and foppery. He should have continued his career in Petersburg, if that's his turn of mind. But enough of him. I've found a rather rare specimen of water beetle, Dytiscus marginatus. Do you know it? I'll show you." "I promised to tell you his story," began Arkady. "The story of the beetle?" "Come, come, Evgeny, the story of my uncle. You'll see he's not the kind of man you take him for. He deserves pity rather than ridicule." "I don't dispute, but why do you worry about him?" "One should be just, Evgeny." "How does that follow?" "No, listen." And Arkady told him his uncle's story. The reader will find it in the following chapter. End of chapter 6. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 7 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 7. Pavel Petrovich Kirsanov was educated first at home, like his younger brother, and afterwards in the corps of pages. From childhood he was distinguished by his remarkable beauty. He was self-confident, rather ironical, and had a biting sense of humor. He could not fail to please people. He began to be received everywhere, directly he had obtained his commission as an officer. He was pampered by society, and indulged in every kind of whim and folly, but that did not make him any less attractive. Women went crazy about him, men called him a fop and secretly envied him. He shared a flat with his brother, whom he loved sincerely although he was most unlike him. Nikolai Petrovich was rather lame, had small, agreeable but somewhat melancholy features, little black eyes and soft thin hair. He enjoyed being lazy, but he also liked reading and was shy in society. Pavel Petrovich did not spend a single evening at home, prided himself on his boldness and agility (he was just bringing gymnastics into fashion among the young men of his set), and had read in all 5 or 6 French books. At 28 he was already a captain, a brilliant career lay before him. Suddenly all that was changed. In those days there used to appear occasionally in Petersburg society a woman who has even now not been forgotten, Princess R. She had a well-educated and respectable but rather stupid husband and no children. She used suddenly to travel abroad and equally suddenly return to Russia, and in general she led an eccentric life. She was reputed to be a frivolous coquette, abandoned herself keenly to every kind of pleasure, danced to exhaustion, laughed and joked with young men whom she used to receive before dinner in a dimly lit drawing-room, but at night she wept and said prayers, finding no peace anywhere, and often paced her room till morning, wringing her hands in anguish, or sat, pale and cold, reading a psalter. Day came and she turned again into a lady of fashion, she went about again, laughed, chatted and literally flung herself into any activity which could afford her the slightest distraction. She had a wonderful figure. Her hair, golden in color and heavy like gold, fell below her knees, yet no one would have called her a beauty. The only striking feature in her whole face was her eyes, and even her eyes were gray and not large, but their glance was swift and deeply penetrating, carefree to the point of audacity, and thoughtful to the verge of melancholy, an enigmatic glance. Something extraordinary shone in those eyes even when her tongue was chattering the emptiest gossip. She dressed exquisitely. Pavel Petrovich met her at a ball, danced a mazurka with her, in the course of which she did not utter a single sensible word, and fell passionately in love with her. Accustomed to making conquests, he succeeded with her also, But his easy triumph did not damp his enthusiasm. On the contrary, he found himself in a still closer and more tormenting bondage to this woman, in whom, even when she surrendered herself without reserve, there seemed always to remain something mysterious and unattainable, to which no one could penetrate. What was hidden in that soul, God alone knows. It seemed as if she were in the grip of some strange powers, unknown even to herself. They seemed to play with her at will, and her limited mind was not strong enough to master their caprices. Her whole behavior was a maze of inconsistencies. The only letters which could have aroused her husband's just suspicions she wrote to a man who was almost a stranger to her, and her love had always an element of sadness. She no longer laughed and joked with the man whom she had chosen, but listened to him and looked at him in bewilderment. Sometimes this bewilderment would change suddenly into a cold horror. Her face would take on a wild, death-like expression, and she would lock herself up in her bedroom. Her maid, putting her ear to the keyhole, could hear her smothered sobs. More than once, as he returned home after a tender meeting, Kirsanov felt within him that heartrending, bitter gloom which follows the consciousness of total failure. "What more do I want?" he asked himself, but his heart was heavy. He once gave her a ring which had a sphinx engraved in the stone. "What is this?" she asked. "A sphinx?" "Yes," he answered, "and that sphinx is you." "Me?" she asked, and slowly looked at him with her enigmatic eyes. "Do you know, that is very flattering," she added with a meaningless smile, while her eyes still looked as strangely as before. Pavel Petrovich suffered even while Princess R. loved him, but when she became cold to him, and that happened quite soon, he almost went out of his mind. He tortured himself, he was jealous, he gave her no rest but followed her everywhere. She grew sick of his persistent pursuit of her and went abroad. He resigned from his regiment in spite of the entreaties of his friends and the advice of his superior officers, and he followed the princess abroad. 4 years he spent in foreign countries, at one time pursuing her, at other times trying to lose sight of her. He was ashamed of himself, he was indignant at his own lack of resolution, but nothing helped. Her image, that incomprehensible, almost meaningless, but fascinating image, was too deeply rooted in his heart. In Baden he once more revived his former relationship with her; it seemed as though she had never before loved him so passionately. But in a month it was all over; the flame flared up for the last time and then died out forever. Foreseeing the inevitable separation, he wanted at least to remain her friend, as if lasting friendship with such a woman were possible. She left Baden secretly and from that time permanently avoided meeting Kirsanov. He returned to Russia and tried to live as before, but he could not adapt himself to his old routine. He wandered from place to place like one possessed; he still went out to parties and retained the habits of a man of the world; he could boast of 2 or 3 more conquests, but he no longer expected anything from himself or from others, and he undertook nothing new. He grew old and grey, spending all his evenings at the club, embittered and bored; arguing indifferently in bachelor society became a necessity for him, and that was a bad sign. Of course the thought of marriage never even occurred to him. 10 years passed in this way, grey and fruitless years, but they sped by terribly quickly. Nowhere does time fly as it does in Russia. In prison, they say, it flies even faster. One day when he was dining at his club, Pavel Petrovich heard that Princess R. was dead. She had died in Paris in a state bordering on insanity. He rose from the table and paced about the rooms for a long time, occasionally standing motionless behind the card players, but he returned home no earlier than usual. A few weeks later he received a packet on which his name had been written. It contained the ring which he had given to the princess. She had drawn lines in the shape of a cross over the Sphinx and sent him a message to say that the solution of the enigma was the cross. This happened at the beginning of the year 1848, at the same time as Nikolai Petrovich came to Petersburg after the death of his wife. Pavel Petrovich had hardly seen his brother since the latter had settled in the country. Nikolai Petrovich's marriage had coincided with the very first days of Pavel Petrovich's acquaintance with the princess. When he returned from abroad, he went to the country intending to stay 2 months with his brother and to take pleasure in his happiness, but he could stand it for only a week. The difference between them was too great. In 1848 this difference had diminished. Nikolai Petrovich had lost his wife, Pavel Petrovich had abandoned his memories. After the death of the princess he tried not to think about her. But for Nikolai there remained the feeling of a well-spent life, and his son was growing up under his eyes. Pavel, on the contrary, a lonely bachelor, was entering into that indefinite twilight period of regrets which resemble hopes, and of hopes which are akin to regrets, when youth is over and old age has not yet started. This time was harder for Pavel Petrovich than for other people, for in losing his past he lost everything he had. "I won't ask you to come to Maryino now," Nikolai Petrovich said to him one day. He had called his property by that name in honor of his wife. "You found it dull there even when my dear wife was alive, and now, I fear, you would be bored to death." "I was stupid and fidgety then," answered Pavel Petrovich. "Since then I have calmed down, if not grown wiser. Now, on the contrary, if you will let me, I am ready to settle down with you for good." Instead of answering, Nikolai Petrovich embraced him, but a year and a half elapsed after this conversation before Pavel Petrovich finally decided to carry out his intention. Once he was settled in the country, however, he would not leave it, even during those 3 winters which Nikolai spent in Petersburg with his son. He began to read, chiefly in English; indeed, he organized his whole life in an English manner, rarely met his neighbors, and went only out to the local elections, and then he was usually silent, though he occasionally teased and alarmed landowners of the old school by his liberal sallies, and he held himself aloof from members of the younger generation. Both generations regarded him as stuck up, and both respected him for his excellent aristocratic manners, for his reputation as a lady killer, for the fact that he was always perfectly dressed and always stayed in the best room in the best hotel, for the fact that he knew about good food and had once even dined with the Duke of Wellington at Louis Philippe's table, for the fact that he took with him everywhere a real silver dressing case and a portable bath, for the fact that he smelt of some unusual and strikingly distinguished perfume, for the fact that he played whist superbly and always lost. Lastly, they respected him for his incorruptible honesty. Ladies found him enchantingly romantic, but he did not cultivate the society of ladies. "So you see, Evgeny," remarked Arkady, as he finished his story, "how unjustly you judge my uncle. Not to mention that he has more than once helped my father out of financial troubles, given him all his money. Perhaps you don't know The property was never divided up. He's happy to help anyone. Incidentally, he is always doing something for the peasants. It is true, when he talks to them, he screws up his face and sniffs eau de cologne." "Nerves, obviously," interrupted Bazarov. "Perhaps, but his heart is in the right place. And he's far from stupid. What a lot of useful advice he has given me. Especially about relations with women." "Aha! If you burn your mouth with hot milk, you'll even blow on water. We know that." "Well," continued Arkady, "in a word, he's profoundly unhappy. It's a crime to despise him." "And who is despising him?" retorted Bazarov. "Still, I must say that a man who has staked his whole life on the one card of a woman's love, and when that card fails, turns sour and lets himself drift till he's fit for nothing, is not really a man. You say he's unhappy. You know better than I do. But he certainly hasn't got rid of all his foibles. I'm sure that he imagines he is busy and useful because he reads Galignani and once a month saves a peasant from being flogged." "But remember his education, the age in which he grew up," said Arkady. "Education!" ejaculated Bazarov. "Everyone should educate himself, as I've done, for instance, and as for the age, why should I depend upon it? Let it rather depend on me. No, my dear fellow, that's all emptiness and loose living. And what are these mysterious relations between a man and a woman? We physiologists know what they are. You study the anatomy of the eye, and where does it come in, that enigmatic look you talk about? That's all romanticism, rubbish, and moldy aesthetics. We had much better go and examine the beetle." And the two friends went off to Bazarov's room, which was already pervaded by a kind of medical surgical smell, mixed with the reek of cheap tobacco. Chapter 8. Of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 8. Pavel Petrovich did not stay long at his brother's interview with the bailiff, a tall, thin man with the soft voice of a consumptive and cunning eyes, who to all Nikolai Petrovich's remarks answered, "Indeed, certainly, sir," and tried to show up the peasants as thieves and drunkards. The estate had only just started to be run on the new system, whose mechanism still creaked like an ungreased wheel and cracked in places like homemade furniture of raw, unseasoned wood. Nikolai Petrovich did not lose heart, but he often sighed and felt discouraged. He realized that things could not be improved without more money, and his money was almost all spent. Arkady had spoken the truth. Pavel Petrovich had helped his brother more than once; several times, seeing him perplexed, racking his brains, not knowing which way to turn, Pavel Petrovich had moved towards the window, and with his hands thrust into his pockets had muttered between his teeth, "Mais je puis vous donner de l'argent," and gave him money; but today he had none left himself and he preferred to go away. The petty disputes of agricultural management wearied him; besides, he could not help feeling that Nikolai Petrovich, with all his zeal and hard work, did not set about things in the right way, although he could not point out exactly what were his brother's mistakes. "My brother is not practical enough," he would say to himself. "They cheat him." On the other hand, Nikolai Petrovich had the highest opinion of Pavel Petrovich's practical capacity and was always asking for his advice. "I'm a mild, weak person, I've spent my life in the depths of the country," he used to say, "while you haven't seen so much of the world for nothing. You understand people, you see through them with an eagle's eye." In answer to such words, Pavel Petrovich only turned aside but did not contradict his brother. Leaving Nikolai Petrovich in the study, he walked along the corridor which separated the front portion of the house from the back. On reaching a low door he stopped and hesitated for a moment, then, pulling at his mustache, he knocked on it. "Who is there? Come in," called out Fenichka's voice. "It is me," said Pavel Petrovich, and opened the door. Fenichka jumped up from the chair on which she was sitting with her baby, and putting him into the arms of a girl who at once carried him out of the room, she hastily straightened her kerchief. "Excuse me for disturbing you," began Pavel Petrovich without looking at her. "I only wanted to ask you, as they are sending into the town today, to see that they buy some green tea for me." "Certainly," answered Fenichka. "How much tea do you want?" "Oh, half a pound will be enough, I should think. I see you have made some changes here," he added, casting a rapid look around and at Fenichka's face. "Those curtains," he went on, seeing that she did not understand him. "Oh, yes, the curtains. Nikolai Petrovich kindly gave them to me, but they've been hung up for quite a long time." "Yes, and I haven't been to see you for a long time. Now it is all very nice here." "Thanks to Nikolai Petrovich's kindness," murmured Fenichka. "You are more comfortable here than in the little side wing where you used to be?" inquired Pavel Petrovich politely, but without any trace of a smile. "Certainly, it is better here." "Who has been put in your place now?" "The laundry maids are there now." "Ah!" Pavel Petrovich was silent. "Now he will go," thought Fenichka, but he did not go, and she stood in front of him rooted to the spot, moving her fingers nervously. "Why did you send your little one away?" said Pavel Petrovich at last. "I love children. Do let me see him." Fenichka blushed all over with confusion and joy. She was frightened of Pavel Petrovich, he hardly ever spoke to her. "Dunyasha," she called, "will you bring Mitya, please?" Fenichka was polite to every member of the household. "But wait a moment, he must have a frock on." Fenichka was going towards the door. "That doesn't matter," remarked Pavel Petrovich. "I shall be back in a moment," answered Fenichka, and she went out quickly. Pavel Petrovich was left alone and this time he looked round with special attention. The small, low room in which he found himself was very clean and cosy. It smelt of the freshly painted floor and of chamomile flowers. Along the walls stood chairs with lyre-shaped backs, bought by the late General Kirsanov in Poland during a campaign. In one corner was a little bedstead under a muslin canopy, alongside a chest with iron clamps and a curved lid. In the opposite corner a little lamp was burning in front of a big, dark picture of Saint Nicholas, the miracle worker. A tiny porcelain egg hung over the saint's breast, suspended by a red ribbon from his halo. On the window sills stood carefully tied greenish glass jars filled with last year's jam. Fenichka had herself written in big letters on their paper covers the word "gooseberry." It was the favorite jam of Nikolai Petrovich. A cage containing a short-tailed canary hung on a long cord from the ceiling. He constantly chirped and hopped about, and the cage kept on swinging and shaking, while hemp seeds fell with a light tap onto the floor. On the wall just above a small chest of drawers hung some rather bad photographs of Nikolai Petrovich taken in various positions. There, too, was a most unsuccessful photograph of Fenichka. It showed an eyeless face smiling with effort in a dingy frame. Nothing more definite could be distinguished, and above Fenichka, General Yermolov, in a Caucasian cloak, scowled menacingly at distant mountains, from under a little silk shoe for pins which fell right over his forehead. 5 minutes passed. A sound of rustling and whispering could be heard in the next room. Pavel Petrovich took from the chest of drawers a greasy book, an odd volume of Masalski's Musketeer, and turned over a few pages. The door opened and Fenichka came in with Mitya in her arms. She had dressed him in a little red shirt with an embroidered collar, had combed his hair and washed his face. He was breathing heavily, his whole body moved up and down, and he waved his little hands in the air as all healthy babies do. But his smart shirt obviously impressed him, and his plump little person radiated delight. Fenichka had also put her own hair in order and rearranged her kerchief. But she might well have remained as she was. Indeed, is there anything more charming in the world than a beautiful young mother with a healthy child in her arms? "What a chubby little fellow," said Pavel Petrovich, graciously tickling Mitya's double chin with the tapered nail of his forefinger. The baby stared at the canary and laughed. "That's uncle," said Fenichka, bending her face over him and slightly rocking him, while Dunyasha quietly set on the window-sill a smoldering candle, putting a coin under it. "How many months old is he?" asked Pavel Petrovich. 6 months. It'll be 7 on the 11th of this month." "Isn't it 8, Fedosya Nikolayevna?" Dunyasha interrupted timidly. "No, 7. What an idea!" The baby laughed again, stared at the chest and suddenly seized his mother's nose and mouth with all his 5 little fingers. "Naughty little one," said Fenichka without drawing her face away. "He's like my brother," said Pavel Petrovich. "Who else should he be like?" thought Fenichka. "Yes," continued Pavel Petrovich, as though speaking to himself, "an unmistakable likeness." He looked attentively, almost sadly, at Fenichka. "That's uncle," she repeated, this time in a whisper. "Ah, Pavel, there you are!" suddenly resounded the voice of Nikolai Petrovich. Pavel Petrovich turned hurriedly round with a frown on his face, but his brother looked at him with such delight and gratitude that he could not help responding to his smile. "You've got a splendid little boy," he said, and looked at his watch. "I came in here to ask about some tea." Then, assuming an expression of indifference, Pavel Petrovich at once left the room. "Did he come here of his own accord?" Nikolai Petrovich asked Fenichka. "Yes, he just knocked and walked in." "Well, and has Arkasha come to see you again?" "No. Hadn't I better move into the side wing again, Nikolai Petrovich?" "Why should you?" "I wonder whether it wouldn't be better just at first." "No," said Nikolai Petrovich slowly, and rubbed his forehead. "We should have done it sooner." "How are you, little balloon?" he said, suddenly brightening, and went up to the child and kissed him on the cheek. Then he bent lower and pressed his lips to Fenichka's hand, which lay white as milk on Mitya's little red shirt. "Nikolai Petrovich, what are you doing? she murmured, lowering her eyes, then quietly looked up again. Her expression was charming as she peeped from under the eyelids and smiled tenderly and rather stupidly. Nikolai Petrovich had made Fenichka's acquaintance in the following way. 3 years ago he had once stayed the night at an inn in a remote provincial town. He was pleasantly surprised by the cleanliness of the room assigned to him, and the freshness of the bed linen. Surely there must be a German woman in charge, he thought at first. But the housekeeper turned out to be a Russian, a woman of about 50, neatly dressed, with a good-looking, sensible face and a measured way of talking. He got into conversation with her at tea and liked her very much. Nikolai Petrovich at that time had only just moved into his new home, and not wishing to keep serfs in the house, he was looking for wage servants. The housekeeper at the inn complained about the hard times and the small number of visitors to that town. He offered her the post of housekeeper in his home, and she accepted it. Her husband had long been dead; he had left her with an only daughter, Fenichka. Within a fortnight Arina Savishna, that was the new housekeeper's name, arrived with her daughter at Marino and was installed in the side wing. Nikolai Petrovich had made a good choice. Arina brought order into the household. No one talked about Fenichka, who was then 17, and hardly anyone saw her. She lived in quiet seclusion, and only on Sundays Nikolai Petrovich used to notice the delicate profile of her pale face somewhere in a corner of the church. Thus another year passed. One morning Arina came into his study, and after bowing low as usual, asked him if he could help her daughter, as a spark from the stove had flown into her eye. Nikolai Petrovich, like many home-loving country people, had studied simple remedies and had even procured a homeopathic medicine chest. He at once told Arina to bring the injured girl to him. Fenichka was much alarmed when she heard that the master had sent for her, but she followed her mother. Nikolai Petrovich led her to the window and took her head between his hands. After thoroughly examining her red and swollen eye, he made up a poultice at once, and tearing his handkerchief in strips showed her how it should be applied. Fenichka listened to all he said and turned to go out. "Kiss the master's hand, you silly girl," said Arina. Nikolai Petrovich did not hold out his hand, and in confusion himself kissed her bent head on the parting of the hair. Fenichka's eye soon healed, but the impression she had made on Nikolai Petrovich did not pass away so quickly. He had constant visions of that pure, gentle, timidly raised face; he felt that soft hair under the palms of his hands, and saw those innocent, slightly parted lips through which pearly teeth gleamed with moist brilliance in the sunshine. He began to watch her very attentively in church and tried to get into conversation with her. At first she was extremely shy with him, and one day, meeting him towards evening on a narrow footpath crossing a rye field, she ran into the tall, thick rye, overgrown with cornflowers and wormwood, to avoid meeting him face to face. He caught sight of her small head through the golden network of ears of rye, from which she was peering out like a wild animal, and called out to her affectionately. "Good evening, Fenichka. I won't bite." "Good evening," murmured Fenichka, without emerging from her hiding place. By degrees she began to feel more at ease with him, but she was still a shy girl when suddenly her mother, Arina, died of cholera. What was to become of Fenichka? She had inherited from her mother a love of order, tidiness and regularity, but she was so young, so alone in the world. Nikolai Petrovich was so genuinely kind and considerate. There is no need to describe what followed. "So my brother came to see you?" Nikolai Petrovich asked her. "He just knocked and came in?"
"Yes."
"Well, that's good. Let me give Mitya a swing." And Nikolai Petrovich began to toss him almost up to the ceiling, to the vast delight of the baby, and to the considerable anxiety of his mother, who each time he flew upwards stretched out her arms towards his little bare legs. Meanwhile Pavel Petrovich had gone back to his elegant study, which was decorated with handsome blue wallpaper and with weapons hanging from a multicolored Persian carpet fixed to the wall. It had walnut furniture, upholstered in dark green velvet, a Renaissance bookcase of ancient black oak, bronze statuettes on the magnificent writing desk, an open hearth. He threw himself on the sofa, clasped his hands behind his head and remained motionless, looking at the ceiling with an expression verging on despair. Perhaps because he wanted to hide even from the walls whatever was reflected in his face, or for some other reason, he rose, drew the heavy window curtains and again threw himself on the sofa. End of chapter 8. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 9 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 9. On that same day Bazarov met Fenichka. He was walking with Arkady in the garden and explaining to him why some of the trees, particularly the oaks, were growing badly. "You would do better to plant silver poplars here, or firs and perhaps limes, with some extra black earth. The arbor there has grown up well," he added, "because it's acacia and lilac. They're good shrubs, they don't need looking after. Ah, there's someone inside." In the arbor Fenichka was sitting with Dunyasha and Mitya. Bazarov stopped and Arkady nodded to Fenichka like an old friend. "Who's that?" Bazarov asked him directly they had passed by. "What a pretty girl!" "Whom do you mean?" "You must know, only one of them is pretty." Arkady, not without embarrassment, explained to him briefly who Fenichka was. "Aha," remarked Bazarov. "That shows your father's got good taste. I like your father, aye, he's a good fellow. But we must make friends," he added, and turned back towards the arbor. "Evgeny!" cried Arkady after him in bewilderment. "Be careful what you do, for goodness' sake." "Don't worry," said Bazarov. "I'm an experienced man, not a country bumpkin." Going up to Fenichka, he took off his cap. "May I introduce myself?" he began, making a polite bow. "I'm a friend of Arkady Nikolaevich and a harmless person." Fenichka got up from the garden seat and looked at him without speaking. "What a wonderful baby," continued Bazarov. "Don't be uneasy, my praises have never brought the evil eye. Why are his cheeks so flushed? Is he cutting his teeth?" "Yes," murmured Fenichka. "He has cut 4 teeth already and now the gums are swollen again." "Show me. Don't be afraid, I'm a doctor." Bazarov took the baby in his arms, and to the great astonishment of both Fenichka and Dunyasha, the child made no resistance and was not even frightened. "I see, I see. It's nothing, he'll have a good set of teeth. If anything goes wrong, you just tell me. And are you quite well yourself?" "Very well, thank God." "Thank God, that's the main thing. And you?" he added, turning to Dunyasha. Dunyasha, who behaved very primly inside the house and was frivolous out of doors, only giggled in reply. "Well, that's all right. Here's your young hero." Fenichka took back the baby in her arms. "How quiet he was with you," she said in an undertone. "Children are always good with me," answered Bazarov. "I have a way with them." "Children know who loves them," remarked Dunyasha. "Yes, they certainly do," Fenichka added. "Mitya won't allow some people to touch him, not for anything." "Will he come to me?" asked Arkady, who after standing at a distance for some time had come to join them. He tried to entice Mitya into his arms, but Mitya threw back his head and screamed, much to Fenichka's confusion. "Another day, when he's had time to get accustomed to me," said Arkady graciously, and the two friends walked away. "What's her name?" asked Bazarov. "Fenichka, Fedosya," answered Arkady. "And her father's name? One must know that too." "Nikolaevna." "Good. What I like about her is that she's not too embarrassed. Some people, I suppose, would think ill of her on that account. But what rubbish! Why should she be embarrassed? She's a mother, and she's quite right." "She is in the right," observed Arkady. "But my father—" "He's right too," interposed Bazarov. "Well, no, I don't think so." "I suppose an extra little heir is not to your liking?" "You ought to be ashamed to attribute such thoughts to me," retorted Arkady hotly. "I don't consider my father in the wrong from that point of view. As I see it, he ought to marry her." "Well, well," said Bazarov calmly. "How generous-minded we are! So you still attach significance to marriage. I didn't expect that from you." The friends walked on a few steps in silence. "I've seen all around your father's place," began Bazarov again. "The cattle are bad, the horses are broken down, the buildings aren't up to much and the workmen look like professional loafers. And the bailiff is either a fool or a knave, I haven't yet found out which." "You are very severe today, Evgeny Vassilich." "And the good peasants are taking your father in properly. You know the proverb, 'The Russian peasants will cheat God himself.'" "I begin to agree with my uncle," remarked Arkady. "You certainly have a poor opinion of Russians." "As if that mattered! The only good quality of a Russian is to have the lowest possible opinion about himself. What matters is that twice two make four, and the rest is all rubbish." "And is nature rubbish?" asked Arkady, gazing pensively at the colored fields in the distance, beautifully lit up in the mellow rays of the sinking sun. "Nature too is rubbish in the sense you give to it. Nature is not a temple but a workshop, and man is the workman in it." At that moment the long drawn-out notes of a cello floated out to them from the house. Someone was playing Schubert's Expectation with feeling, though with an untrained hand, and the sweet melody flowed like honey through the air. "What is that?" exclaimed Bazarov in amazement. "My father." "Your father plays the cello?" "Yes." "And how old is your father?" 44." Bazarov suddenly roared with laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "My goodness! A man of 44, a father of a family, in this province, plays on the cello!" Bazarov went on laughing, but much as he revered his friend's example, this time Arkady did not even smile. Chapter 10. Of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 10. A fortnight passed by. Life at Maryino pursued its normal course, while Arkady luxuriously enjoyed himself and Bazarov worked. Every one in the house had grown accustomed to Bazarov, to his casual behavior, to his curt and abrupt manner of speaking. Fenichka, indeed, felt so much at ease with him that one night she had him awakened. Mitya had been seized by convulsions. Bazarov had gone, half joking and half yawning as usual, had sat with her for 2 hours and relieved the child. On the other hand, Pavel Petrovich had grown to hate Bazarov with all the strength of his soul. He regarded him as conceited, impudent, cynical and vulgar. He suspected that Bazarov had no respect for him, that he all but despised him, Pavel Kirsanov. Nikolai Petrovich was rather frightened of the young nihilist, and doubted the benefit of his influence on Arkady. But he listened keenly to what he said and was glad to be present during his chemical and scientific experiments. Bazarov had brought a microscope with him and busied himself with it for hours. The servants also took to him, though he made fun of them. They felt that he was more like one of themselves and not a master. Dunyasha was always ready to giggle with him and used to cast significant sidelong glances at him when she skipped past like a squirrel. Pyotr, who was vain and stupid to the highest degree, with a constant forced frown on his brow, and whose only merit consisted in the fact that he looked polite, could spell out a page of reading and assiduously brushed his coat, even he grinned and brightened up when Bazarov paid any attention to him. The farm boys simply ran after "the doctor" like puppies. Only old Prokovich disliked him. At table he handed him dishes with a grim expression; he called him "butcher" and "upstart," and declared that with his huge whiskers he looked like a pig in a sty. Prokovich in his own way was quite as much of an aristocrat as Pavel Petrovich. The best days of the year had come, the early June days. The weather was lovely. In the distance, it is true, cholera was threatening, but the inhabitants of that province had grown used to its periodic ravages. Bazarov used to get up very early and walk for 2 or 3 miles, not for pleasure, he could not bear walking without an object, but in order to collect specimens of plants and insects. Sometimes he took Arkady with him. On the way home an argument often sprang up, in which Arkady was usually defeated in spite of talking more than his companion. One day they had stayed out rather late. Nikolai Petrovich had gone into the garden to meet them, and as he reached the arbor he suddenly heard the quick steps and voices of the 2 young men. They were walking on the other side of the arbor and could not see him. "You don't know my father well enough," Arkady was saying. "Your father is a good fellow," said Bazarov, "but his day is over, his song has been sung to extinction." Nikolai Petrovich listened intently. Arkady made no reply. The man whose day was over stood still for a minute or two, then quietly returned to the house. "The day before yesterday I saw him reading Pushkin," Bazarov went on, meanwhile. "Please explain to him how utterly useless that is. After all, he's not a boy, it's high time he got rid of such rubbish. And what an idea to be romantic in our times! Give him something sensible to read." "What should I give him?" asked Arkady. "Oh, I think Buchner's Stoff und Kraft, to start with." "I think so too," remarked Arkady approvingly. "Stoff und Kraft is written in popular language." "So it seems," said Nikolai Petrovich the same day after dinner to his brother as they sat in his study, "you and I are behind the times, our day is over. Well, perhaps Bazarov is right. But one thing, I must say, hurts me. I was so hoping just now to get on really close and friendly terms with Arkady, and it turns out that I've lagged behind while he has gone forward, and we simply can't understand one another." "But how has he gone forward? And in what way is he so different from us?" exclaimed Pavel Petrovich impatiently. "It's that grand seigneur of a nihilist who has knocked such ideas into his head. I loathe that doctor fellow. In my opinion he's nothing but a charlatan. I'm sure that in spite of all his tadpoles he knows precious little even in medicine." "No, brother, you mustn't say that. Bazarov is clever and knows his subject." "And so disagreeably conceited," Pavel Petrovich broke in again. "Yes," observed Nikolai Petrovich, "he is conceited. Evidently one can't manage without it; that's what I failed to take into account. I thought I was doing everything to keep up with the times. I divided the land with the peasants, started a model farm, so that I'm even described as a rebel all over the province. I read, I study, I try in every way to keep abreast of the demands of the day, and they say my day is over. And, brother, I really begin to think that it is." "Why is that?" "I'll tell you why. I was sitting and reading Pushkin today. I remember, it happened to be the gypsies. Suddenly Arkady comes up to me and silently, with such a kind pity in his face, as gently as if I were a baby, takes the book away from me and puts another one in front of me instead, a German book, smiles and goes out, carrying Pushkin off with him." "Well, really! What book did he give you?" "This one." And Nikolai Petrovich pulled out of his hip pocket the 9th edition of Buchner's well-known treatise. Pavel Petrovich turned it over in his hands. He growled. "Arkady Nikolayevich is taking your education in hand. Well, have you tried to read it?" "Yes, I tried." "What did you think of it?" "Either I'm stupid, or it's all nonsense. I suppose I must be stupid." "But you haven't forgotten your German?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "Oh, I understand the language all right." Pavel Petrovich again fingered the book and glanced across at his brother. Both were silent. "Oh, by the way," began Nikolai Petrovich, evidently wanting to change the subject, "I've had a letter from Kolyasin." "From Matvey Ilyich?" "Yes. He has come to inspect the province. He's quite a bigwig now; he writes to say that as a relation he wants to see us again, and invites you, me and Arkady to go to stay in the town." "Are you going?" asked Pavel Petrovich. "No. Are you?" "No, I shan't go. What is the sense of dragging oneself 40 miles on a wild goose chase? Mathieu wants to show off to us in all his glory. Let him go to the devil. He'll have the whole province at his feet so he can get on without us. It's a grand honor, a privy councillor. If I had continued in the service, drudging along in that dreary routine, I should have been a general adjutant by now. Besides, you and I are behind the times." "Yes, brother, it seems the time has come to order a coffin and to cross the arms over one's chest," remarked Nikolai Petrovich with a sigh. "Well, I shan't give in quite so soon," muttered his brother. "I've got a quarrel with this doctor creature in front of me, I'm sure of that." The quarrel materialized that very evening at tea. Pavel Petrovich came into the drawing-room all keyed up, irritable and determined. He was only waiting for a pretext to pounce upon his enemy, but for some time no such pretext arose. As a rule, Bazarov spoke little in the presence of the old Kirsanovs, that was what he called the brothers, and that evening he felt in a bad humor and drank cup after cup of tea without saying a word. Pavel Petrovich was burning with impatience. His wishes were fulfilled at last. The conversation turned to one of the neighboring landowners. "Rotten aristocratic snob," observed Bazarov casually. He had met him in Petersburg. "Allow me to ask you," began Pavel Petrovich, and his lips were trembling, "do you attach an identical meaning to the words 'rotten' and 'aristocrat'?" "I said aristocratic snob," replied Bazarov, lazily swallowing a sip of tea. "Precisely, but I imagine you hold the same opinion of aristocrats as of aristocratic snobs. I think it my duty to tell you that I do not share that opinion. I venture to say that I am well known to be a man of liberal views and devoted to progress, but for that very reason I respect aristocrats, real aristocrats. Kindly remember, sir," at these words Bazarov lifted his eyes and looked at Pavel Petrovich. "Kindly remember, sir," he repeated sharply, "the English aristocracy. They did not abandon one iota of their rights, and for that reason they respect the rights of others. They demand the fulfillment of what is due to them, and therefore they respect their own duties. The aristocracy gave freedom to England, and they maintain it for her." "We've heard that story many times. What are you trying to prove by it?" "I am trying to prove by that, sir." When Pavel Petrovich became angry, he intentionally clipped his words, though of course he knew very well that such forms are not strictly grammatical. This whim indicated a survival from the period of Alexander I. The great ones of that time, on the rare occasions when they spoke their own language, made use of such distortions as if seeking to show thereby that though they were genuine Russians, yet at the same time as grands seigneurs they could afford to ignore the grammatical rules of scholars. "I am trying to prove by that, sir, that without a sense of personal dignity, without self-respect, and these two feelings are developed in the aristocrat, there is no firm foundation for the social bien public, for the social structure. Personal character, my good sir, that is the chief thing. A man's personality must be as strong as a rock, since everything else is built up on it. I am well aware, for instance, that you choose to consider my habits, my dress, even my tidiness, ridiculous, but all this comes from a sense of self-respect and of duty, yes, from a sense of duty. I live in the wilds of the country, but I refuse to lower myself. I respect the dignity of man in myself." "Let me ask you, Pavel Petrovich," muttered Bazarov, "you respect yourself and you sit with folded hands. What sort of benefit is that to the bien public? If you didn't respect yourself, you'd do just the same." Pavel Petrovich turned pale. "That is quite another question. There is absolutely no need for me to explain to you now why I sit here with folded hands, as you are pleased to express yourself. I wish only to tell you that aristocracy is a principle, and that only depraved or stupid people can live in our time without principles. I said as much to Arkady the day after he came home, and I repeat it to you now. Isn't that so, Nikolai?" Nikolai Petrovich nodded his head. "Aristocracy, liberalism, progress, principles," said Bazarov. Just think what a lot of foreign and useless words. To a Russian they're no good for anything." "What is good for Russians, according to you? If we listen to you, we shall find ourselves beyond the pale of humanity, outside human laws. Doesn't the logic of history demand—" "What's the use of that logic to us? We can get along without it." "What do you mean?" "Why, this: you don't need logic, I suppose, to put a piece of bread in your mouth when you're hungry. For what do we need those abstractions?" Pavel Petrovich raised his hands. "I simply don't understand you after all that. You insult the Russian people. I fail to understand how it is possible not to acknowledge principles, rules. By virtue of what can you act?" "I already told you, uncle dear, that we don't recognize any authorities," interposed Arkady. "We act by virtue of what we recognize as useful," went on Bazarov. "At present the most useful thing is denial, so we deny—" "Everything?" "Everything." "What? Not only art, poetry? But the thought is appalling." "Everything," repeated Bazarov with indescribable composure. Pavel Petrovich stared at him. He had not expected this, and Arkady even blushed with satisfaction. "But allow me," began Nikolai Petrovich. "You deny everything, or to put it more precisely, you destroy everything. But one must construct too, you know." "That is not our business. We must first clear the ground." "The present condition of the people demands it," added Arkady rather sententiously. "We must fulfill those demands, we have no right to yield to the satisfaction of personal egotism." That last phrase obviously displeased Bazarov. It smacked of philosophy or romanticism, for Bazarov called philosophy a kind of romanticism, but he did not judge it necessary to correct his young disciple. "No, no," cried Pavel Petrovich with sudden vehemence. "I can't believe that you young men really know the Russian people, that you represent their needs and aspirations. No, the Russian people are not what you imagine them to be. They hold tradition sacred; they are a patriarchal people, they cannot live without faith—" "I'm not going to argue with you," interrupted Bazarov. "I'm even ready to agree that there you are right." "And if I am right—" "It proves nothing, all the same." "Exactly, it proves nothing," repeated Arkady with the assurance of an experienced chess player, who, having foreseen an apparently dangerous move on the part of his adversary, is not in the least put out by it. "How can it prove nothing?" mumbled Pavel Petrovich in consternation. "In that case you must be going against your own people." "And what if we are?" exclaimed Bazarov. "The people imagine that when it thunders the prophet Ilya is riding across the sky in his chariot. What then? Are we to agree with them? Besides, if they are Russian, so am I." "No, you are not a Russian, after what you have said. I can't admit you have any right to call yourself a Russian." "My grandfather plowed the land," answered Bazarov with haughty pride. "Ask any one of your peasants which of us, you or me, he would more readily acknowledge as a fellow countryman. You don't even know how to talk to them." "While you talk to them and despise them at the same time?" "What of that, if they deserve contempt? You find fault with my point of view, but what makes you think it came into being by chance, that it's not a product of that very national spirit which you are championing?" "What an idea! How can we need nihilists?" "Whether they are needed or not is not for us to decide. Why, even you imagine you're not a useless person." Gentlemen, no personalities, please," cried Nikolai Petrovich, getting up. Pavel Petrovich smiled and laying his hand on his brother's shoulder made him sit down again. "Don't be alarmed," he said. "I shan't forget myself, thanks to that sense of dignity which is so cruelly ridiculed by our friend the doctor. Allow me to point out," he resumed, turning again to Bazarov, "you probably think that your doctrine is a novelty. That is an illusion of yours. The materialism which you preach was more than once in vogue before and has always proved inadequate." "Yet another foreign word," broke in Bazarov. He was beginning to feel angry, and his face looked peculiarly copper-colored and coarse. "In the first place, we preach nothing. That's not in our line." "What do you do then?" "This is what we do. Not long ago we used to say that our officials took bribes, that we had no roads, no commerce, no real justice." "Oh, I see, you are reformers, that's the right name, I think. I, too, should agree with many of your reforms, but—" "Then we suspected that talk and only talk about our social diseases was not worth while, that it led to nothing but hypocrisy and pedantry. We saw that our leading men, our so‐called advanced people and reformers, are worthless; that we busy ourselves with rubbish, talk nonsense about art, about unconscious creation, parliamentarianism, trial by jury, and the devil knows what, when the real question is daily bread, when the grossest superstitions are stifling us, when all our business enterprises crash simply because there aren't enough honest men to carry them on, while the very emancipation which our government is struggling to organize will hardly come to any good, because our peasant is happy to rob even himself so long as he can get drunk at the pub." "Yes," broke in Pavel Petrovich, "indeed, you were convinced of all this, and you therefore decided to undertake nothing serious yourselves." "We decided to undertake nothing," repeated Bazarov grimly. He suddenly felt annoyed with himself for having been so expansive in front of this gentleman. "But to confine yourselves to abuse." "To confine ourselves to abuse." "And that is called nihilism?" "And that is called nihilism," Bazarov repeated again, this time in a particularly insolent tone. Pavel Petrovich screwed up his eyes a little. "So that's it," he murmured in a strangely composed voice. "Nihilism is to cure all our woes, and you are our saviors and heroes. Very well, but why do you find fault with others, including the reformers? Don't you do as much talking as anyone else?" "Whatever faults we may have, that is not one of them," muttered Bazarov between his teeth. "What then? Do you act? Are you preparing for action?" Bazarov made no reply. A tremor passed through Pavel Petrovich, but he at once regained control of himself. Action, destruction," he went on. "But how can you destroy without even knowing why?" "We shall destroy because we are a force," remarked Arkady. Pavel Petrovich looked at his nephew and laughed. "Yes, a force can't be called to account for itself," said Arkady, drawing himself up. "Unhappy boy," groaned Pavel Petrovich, who could no longer maintain his show of firmness. "Can't you realize the kind of thing you are encouraging in Russia with your shallow doctrine? No, it's enough to try the patience of an angel. Force! There's force in the savage Kalmuk, or in the Mongol, but what is that to us? What is dear to us is civilization, yes, yes, my good sir, its fruits are precious to us. And don't you tell me these fruits are worthless. The poorest dauber, un babelieu, the man who plays dance music for 5 farthings an evening, even they are of more use than you, because they stand for civilization and not for brute Mongolian force. You fancy yourselves as advanced people, and yet you're only fit for the Kalmuk's dirty hovel. Force! And remember, you forceful gentlemen, that you're only 4 men and a half, and the others are millions, who won't let you trample their sacred beliefs underfoot, but will crush you instead." "If we're crushed, that's in store for us," said Bazarov. "But it's an open question. We're not so few as you suppose." "What? You seriously suppose you can set yourself up against a whole people?" "All Moscow was burnt down, you know, by a penny candle," answered Bazarov. "Indeed. First comes an almost satanic pride, then cynical jeers. So that is what attracts the young, what takes by storm the inexperienced hearts of boys. Here is one of them sitting beside you, ready to worship the ground beneath your feet. Look at him." Arkady turned aside and frowned. "And this plague is already spread far and wide. I am told that in Rome our artists don't even enter the Vatican. Raphael they regard as a fool, because, of course, he is an authority. And these artists are themselves disgustingly sterile and weak, men whose imagination can soar no higher than girls at a fountain. And even the girls are abominably drawn. They are fine fellows in your view, I suppose?" "To my mind," retorted Bazarov, "Raphael isn't worth a brass farthing, and they're no better than he." "Bravo, bravo! Listen, Arkady, that is how modern young men should express themselves. And if you come to think of it, they're bound to follow you. Formerly young men had to study. If they didn't want to be called fools, they had to work hard whether they liked it or not. But now they need only say, 'Everything in the world is rubbish,' and the trick is done. Young men are delighted. And, to be sure, they were only sheep before, but now they have suddenly turned into nihilists." "You have departed from your praiseworthy sense of personal dignity," remarked Bazarov phlegmatically, while Arkady had turned hot all over and his eyes were flashing. "Our argument has gone too far; better cut it short, I think. I shall be quite ready to agree with you," he added, getting up, "when you can show me a single institution in our present mode of life, in the family or in society, which does not call for complete and ruthless destruction." "I can show you millions of such institutions," cried Pavel Petrovich. "Millions! Well, take the Commune, for instance." A cold smile distorted Bazarov's lips. "Well, you had better talk to your brother about the Commune. I should think he has seen by now what the Commune is like in reality, its mutual guarantees, its sobriety and such like." "Well, the family as it exists among our peasants," cried Pavel Petrovich. "On that subject too, I think it will be better for you not to enter into too much detail. You know how the head of the family chooses his daughters-in-law. Take my advice, Pavel Petrovich, allow yourself a day or two to think it all over; you'll hardly find anything straight away. Go through the various classes of our society and examine them carefully. Meanwhile Arkady and I will—" "Will go on abusing everything," broke in Pavel Petrovich. "No, we will go on dissecting frogs. Come, Arkady. Goodbye for the present, gentlemen." The two friends walked off. The brothers were left alone and at first only looked at each other. "So that," began Pavel Petrovich, "that is our modern youth. Those young men are our heirs." "Our heirs," repeated Nikolai Petrovich with a weary smile. He had been sitting as if on thorns throughout the argument, and only from time to time cast a sad furtive glance at Arkady. "Do you know what I was reminded of, brother? I once quarreled with our mother; she shouted and wouldn't listen to me. At last I said to her, 'Of course you can't understand me; we belong to two different generations.' She was terribly offended, but I thought, 'It can't be helped. A bitter pill, but she has to swallow it.' So now our turn has come, and our successors can tell us, 'You don't belong to our generation; swallow your pill.'" "You are much too generous and modest," replied Pavel Petrovich. "I'm convinced, on the contrary, that you and I are far more in the right than these young gentlemen, although perhaps we express ourselves in more old-fashioned language, vieilli, and are not so insolently conceited. And the airs these young people give themselves! You ask one, 'Would you like white wine or red?' 'It is my custom to prefer red,' he answers in a deep voice and with a face as solemn as if the whole world were looking at him that moment." "Do you want any more tea?" asked Fenichka, putting her head in at the door. She had not wanted to come into the drawing room while the noisy dispute was going on. "No, you can tell them to take away the samovar," answered Nikolai Petrovich, and he got up to meet her. Pavel Petrovich said "bonsoir" to him abruptly and went to his own study. End of chapter 10. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 11 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 11. Half an hour later Nikolai Petrovich went into the garden to his favorite arbor. He was filled with melancholy thoughts. For the first time he saw clearly the distance separating him from his son, and he foresaw that it would grow wider every day. So they were spent in vain, those winters in Petersburg, when sometimes he had pored for whole days on end over the latest books; in vain had he listened to the talk of the young men, and rejoiced when he succeeded in slipping a few of his own words into heated discussions. "My brother says we are right," he thought, "and laying aside all vanity, it even seems to me that they are further from the truth than we are, though all the same I feel they have something behind them which we lack, some superiority over us. Is it youth? No, it can't only be that. Their superiority may be that they show fewer traces of the slave owner than we do." Nikolai Petrovich's head sank despondently, and he passed his hand over his face. But to renounce poetry, to have no feeling for art, for nature! And he looked around, as though trying to understand how it was possible to have no feeling for nature. It was already evening, the sun was hidden behind a small clump of aspens which grew about a quarter of a mile from the garden. Its shadow stretched indefinitely across the motionless fields. A little peasant on a white pony was riding along the dark narrow path near the wood; his whole figure was clearly visible even to the patch on his shoulder, although he was in the shade. The pony's hoofs rose and fell with graceful distinctness. The sun's rays on the farther side fell full on the clump of trees, and piercing through them threw such a warm light on the aspen trunks that they looked like pines, and their leaves seemed almost dark blue, while above them rose a pale blue sky, tinged by the red sunset glow. The swallows flew high, the wind had quite died down, some late bees hummed lazily among the lilac blossoms, a swarm of midges hung like a cloud over a solitary branch which stood out against the sky. "How beautiful, my God!" thought Nikolai Petrovich, and his favorite verses almost rose to his lips. Then he remembered Arkady's Stoff und Kraft, and remained silent, but he still sat there, abandoning himself to the sad consolation of solitary thought. He was fond of dreaming, and his country life had developed that tendency in him. How short a time ago he had been dreaming like this, waiting for his son at the posting station, and how much had changed since that day. Their relations, then indeterminate, had now been defined. And how defined! His dead wife came back to his imagination, but not as he had known her for so many years, not as a good domesticated housewife, but as a young girl with a slim waist, an innocent inquiring look and a tightly twisted pigtail on her childish neck. He remembered how he had seen her for the first time. He was still a student then. He had met her on the staircase of his lodgings, and running into her by accident he tried to apologize, but could only mutter, "Pardon, monsieur," while she bowed, smiled, then suddenly seemed frightened and ran away, glanced quickly back at him, looked serious and blushed. Afterwards the first timid visits, the hints, the half smiles and embarrassment, the uncertain sadness, the ups and downs and at last that overwhelming joy. Where had it all vanished away? She had been his wife, he had been happy as few on earth are happy. But, he mused, those sweet fleeting moments, why could one not live an eternal undying life in them? He made no effort to clarify his thoughts, but he felt that he longed to hold that blissful time by something stronger than memory. He longed to feel his Marya near him, to sense her warmth and breathing; already he could fancy her actual presence. "Nikolai Petrovich!" came the sound of Fenichka's voice close by. "Where are you?" He started. He felt no remorse, no shame. He never admitted even the possibility of comparison between his wife and Fenichka, but he was sorry that she had thought of coming to look for him. Her voice had brought back to him at once his grey hairs, his age, his daily existence. The enchanted world arising out of the dim mists of the past into which he had just stepped quivered and disappeared. "I'm here," he answered. "I'm coming. You run along." There they are, traces of the slave owner, flashed through his mind. Fenichka peeped into the arbor without speaking to him, and went away again, and he noticed with surprise that night had fallen while he was dreaming. Everything around was dark and hushed, and Fenichka's face had glimmered in front of him, so pale and slight. He got up and was about to go home, but the emotions stirring his heart could not be calmed so soon, and he began walking slowly about the garden, sometimes meditatively surveying the ground, then raising his eyes to the sky where multitudes of stars were twinkling. He went on walking till he was almost tired out, but the restlessness within him, a yearning, vague, melancholy excitement, was still not appeased. Oh, how Bazarov would have laughed at him if he had known what was happening to him then! Even Arkady would have condemned him. He, a man of 44, An agriculturist and a landowner, was shedding tears, tears without reason. It was 100 times worse than playing the cello. Nikolai Petrovich still walked up and down and could not make up his mind to go into the house, into the cosy, peaceful nest, which looked at him so hospitably from its lighted windows. He had not the strength to tear himself away from the darkness, the garden, the sensation of fresh air on his face, and from that sad, restless excitement. At a turn in the path he met Pavel Petrovich. "What is the matter with you?" he asked Nikolai Petrovich. "You are as white as a ghost. You must be unwell. Why don't you go to bed?" Nikolai said a few words to his brother about his state of mind and moved away. Pavel Petrovich walked on to the end of the garden, also deep in thought, and he, too, raised his eyes to the sky, but his beautiful dark eyes reflected only the light of the stars. He was not born a romantic idealist, and his fastidiously dry though ardent soul, with its tinge of French skepticism, was not addicted to dreaming. "Do you know what?" Bazarov was saying to Arkady that very night. "I've had a splendid idea. Your father was saying today that he had received an invitation from that illustrious relative of yours. Your father doesn't want to go, but why shouldn't we be off to X? You know the man invites you as well. You see what fine weather it is. We'll stroll around and look at the town. Let's have a jaunt for 5 or 6 days, no more." "And you'll come back here afterwards?" "No, I must go to my father's. You know he lives about 20 miles from X. I've not seen him or my mother for a long time. I must cheer the old people up. They've been good to me, my father particularly. He's awfully funny. I'm their only one." "Will you stay long with them?" "I don't think so. It'll be dull, of course." "And you'll come to us again on your way back?" "I don't know. We'll see. Well, what do you say? Shall we go?" "If you like," answered Arkady languidly. In his heart he was overjoyed by his friend's suggestion, but thought it a duty to conceal his feeling. He was not a nihilist for nothing. The next day he set off with Bazarov to X. The younger members of the household at Maryino were sorry about their departure. Dunyasha even wept, but the older people breathed more freely. End of chapter 11. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 12 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 12. The town of X, to which our friend set off, was under the jurisdiction of a governor, who was still a young man, and who was at once progressive and despotic, as so often happens with Russians. Before the end of the first year of his governorship, he had managed to quarrel not only with the Marshal of Nobility, a retired guards officer, who kept open house and a stud of horses, but even with his own subordinates. The resulting feuds at length grew to such proportions that the ministry in Petersburg found it necessary to send a trusted official with a commission to investigate everything on the spot. The choice of the authorities fell on Matvei Ilyich Kolyazin, the son of that Kolyazin under whose protection the brothers Kirsanov had been when they were students in Petersburg. He was also a young man, that is to say, he was only just over 40, but he was well on the way to becoming a statesman and already wore 2 stars on his breast. Admittedly, one of them was a foreign star and not of the first magnitude. Like the governor, upon whom he had come to pass judgment, he was considered a progressive, and though he was already a bigwig he was not altogether like the majority of bigwigs. Of himself he had the highest opinion, his vanity knew no bounds, but his manners were simple, he had a friendly face, he listened indulgently and laughed so good-naturedly that on first acquaintance he might even have been taken for a jolly good fellow. On important occasions, however, he knew, so to speak, how to make his authority felt. "Energy is essential," he used to say then. "L'énergie est la première qualité d'un homme d'état." Yet in spite of all that, he was habitually cheated, and any thoroughly experienced official could twist him round his finger. Matvei Ilyich used to speak with great respect about Guizot, and tried to impress everyone with the idea that he did not belong to the class of routine officials and old-fashioned bureaucrats, that not a single phenomenon of social life escaped his attention. He was quite at home with phrases of the latter kind. He even followed, with a certain casual condescension, it is true, the development of contemporary literature, as a grown-up man who meets a crowd of street urchins will sometimes join them out of curiosity. In reality, Matvei Ilyich had not got much farther than those politicians of the time of Alexander I, who used to prepare for an evening party at Madame Svyechin's by reading a page of Condillac. Only his methods were different and more modern. He was a skillful courtier, an extremely cunning hypocrite, and little more. He had no aptitude for handling public affairs, and his intellect was scanty, but he knew how to manage his own affairs successfully. No one could get the better of him there, and, of course, that is a most important thing. Matvei Ilyich received Arkady with the amiability, or should we say playfulness, characteristic of the enlightened higher official. He was astonished, however, when he heard that both the cousins he had invited had stayed at home in the country. "Your father was always a queer fellow," he remarked, playing with the tassels of his magnificent velvet dressing-gown, and turning suddenly to a young official in a faultlessly buttoned-up uniform, he shouted with an air of concern, "What?" The young man, whose lips were almost glued together from prolonged silence, came forward and looked in perplexity at his chief. But having embarrassed his subordinate, Matvei Ilyich paid him no further attention. Our higher officials are fond of upsetting their subordinates, and they resort to quite varied means of achieving that end. The following method, among others, is often used, is quite a favorite, as the English say. A high official suddenly ceases to understand the simplest words and pretends to be deaf. He asks, for instance, what day of the week it is. He is respectfully informed, "Today's Friday, your Excellency." "Eh? What? What's that? What do you say?" the great man repeats with strained attention. "Today's Friday, your Excellency." "Eh? What? What's Friday? What Friday?" "Friday, your Excellency, the day of the week." "What? Are you presuming to teach me something?" Matvei Ilyich remained a higher official, though he considered himself a liberal. "I advise you, my dear boy, to go and call on the governor," he said to Arkady. "You understand I don't advise you to do so on account of any old-fashioned ideas about the necessity of paying respect to the authorities, but simply because the governor is a decent fellow. Besides, you probably want to get to know the society here. You're not a bear, I hope? And he's giving a large ball the day after tomorrow." "Will you be at the ball?" inquired Arkady. "He gives it in my honor. answered Matvei Ilyitch, almost pityingly. "Do you dance?" "Yes, I dance, but not well." "That's a pity. There are pretty women here, and it's a shame for a young man not to dance. Of course, I don't say that because of any old conventions. I would never suggest that a man's wit lies in his feet. But Byronism has become ridiculous. Il a fait son temps." "But, uncle, it's not because of Byronism that I don't—" "I'll introduce you to some of the local ladies and take you under my wing," interrupted Matvei Ilyitch, and he laughed a self-satisfied laugh. "You'll find it warm, eh?" A servant entered and announced the arrival of the superintendent of government institutions, an old man with tender eyes and deep lines round his mouth, who was extremely fond of nature, especially on summer days when, to use his words, every little busy bee takes a little bribe from every little flower. Arkady withdrew. He found Bazarov at the inn where they were staying, and took a long time to persuade him to accompany him to the governor's. "Well, it can't be helped," said Bazarov at last. "It's no good doing things by halves. We came to look at the landowners, so let us look at them." The governor received the young men affably, but he did not ask them to sit down, nor did he sit down himself. He was perpetually fussing and hurrying. Every morning he put on a tight uniform and an extremely stiff cravat. He never ate or drank enough. He could never stop making arrangements. He invited Kirsanov and Bazarov to his ball, and within a few minutes he invited them a second time, taking them for brothers and calling them Kisarov. They were on their way back from the governor's, when suddenly a short man in Slav national dress jumped out of a passing carriage and crying, "Evgeny Vasilitch!" rushed up to Bazarov. "Ah, it's you, Herr Sitnikov," remarked Bazarov, still walking along the pavement. "What chance brought you here?" "Just fancy, quite by accident," the man replied, and returning to the carriage, he waved his arms several times and shouted, "Follow, follow us! My father had business here." He went on, jumping across the gutter, "and so he asked me to come. I heard today you had arrived and have already been to visit you." In fact, on returning home, the friends did find there a card with the corners turned down, bearing the name Sitnikov, in French on one side, and in Slavonic characters on the other. "I hope you are not coming from the governor's." "It's no use hoping. We've come straight from him." "Ah, in that case I will call on him too. Evgeny Vasilitch, introduce me to the—" "Sitnikov, Kirsanov," mumbled Bazarov, without stopping. "I am much honored," began Sitnikov, stepping sideways, smirking and pulling off his over-elegant gloves. "I have heard so much. I am an old acquaintance of Evgeny Vasilitch, and I must say, his disciple. I owe to him my regeneration." Arkady looked at Bazarov's disciple. There was an expression of excited stupidity in the small but agreeable features of his well-groomed face. His little eyes, which looked permanently surprised, had a staring, uneasy look; his laugh, too, was uneasy, an abrupt, wooden laugh. "Would you believe it," he continued, "when Evgeny Vasilitch for the first time said before me that we should acknowledge no authorities, I felt such enthusiasm; my eyes were opened. By the way, Evgeny Vasilitch, you simply must get to know a lady here who is really capable of understanding you, and for whom your visit would be a real treat. You may have heard of her?" "Who is it?" grunted Bazarov unwillingly. "Kukshina, Eudoxie. Evdoksya Kokshina. She's a remarkable nature, émancipée in the true sense of the word, an advanced woman. Do you know what? Let us all go and visit her now. She lives only 2 steps from here. We will have lunch there. I suppose you have not lunched yet?" "No, not yet." "Well, that's splendid. She is separated, you understand, from her husband. She is not dependent on anyone." "Is she pretty?" Bazarov broke in. No, one couldn't say that." "Then what the devil are you asking us to see her for?" "Ha! You must have your joke. She will give us a bottle of champagne." "So that's it. The practical man shows himself at once. By the way, is your father still in the vodka business?" "Yes," said Sitnikov hurriedly and burst into a shrill laugh. "Well, shall we go?" "You wanted to meet people, go along," said Arkady in an undertone. "And what do you say about it, Mr. Kirsanov?" interposed Sitnikov. "You must come too; we can't go without you." "But how can we burst in upon her all at once?" "Never mind about that. Kukshina is a good sort." "Will there be a bottle of champagne?" asked Bazarov. "3!" cried Sitnikov. "I'll answer for that." "What with?" "My own head." "Better with your father's purse. However, we'll come along." End of chapter 12. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 13 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 13. The small detached house in Moscow style, inhabited by Avdotya Nikitishna, or Evdoksya Kukshina, stood in one of those streets of X which had been lately burnt down. It is well known that our Russian provincial towns are burnt down once every 5 years. At the door, above a visiting card nailed on at a slant, hung a bell handle, and in the hall the visitors were met by someone in a cap, not quite a servant nor quite a companion, unmistakable signs of the progressive aspirations of the lady of the house. Sitnikov asked if Avdotya Nikitishna was at home. "Is that you, Viktor?" sounded a shrill voice from the other room. "Come in." The woman in the cap disappeared at once. "I'm not alone," said Sitnikov, casting a sharp look at Arkady and Bazarov as he briskly pulled off his cloak, beneath which appeared something like a leather jacket. "No matter," answered the voice. "Entrez." The young men went in. The room which they entered was more like a working study than a drawing room. Papers, letters, fat issues of Russian journals, for the most part uncut, lay thrown about on dusty tables; white cigarette ends were scattered all over the place. A lady, still young, was half lying on a leather-covered sofa; her blonde hair was disheveled and she was wearing a crumpled silk dress, with heavy bracelets on her short arms and a lace kerchief over her head. She rose from the sofa, and carelessly drawing over her shoulders a velvet cape, trimmed with faded ermine, she murmured languidly, "Good morning, Viktor," and held out her hand to Sitnikov. "Bazarov, Kirsanov," he announced abruptly, successfully imitating Bazarov's manner. "So glad to meet you," answered Madame Kukshina, fixing on Bazarov her round eyes, between which appeared a forlorn little turned-up red nose. "I know you," she added, and pressed his hand. Bazarov frowned. There was nothing definitely ugly in the small plain figure of the emancipated woman, but her facial expression produced an uncomfortable effect on the spectator. One felt impelled to ask her, "What's the matter? Are you hungry? Or bored? Or shy? Why are you fidgeting?" Both she and Sitnikov had the same nervous manner. Her movements and speech were very unconstrained and at the same time awkward. She evidently regarded herself as a good-natured simple creature, yet all the time, whatever she did, it always struck one that it was not exactly what she wanted to do. Everything with her seemed, as children say, done on purpose, that is, not spontaneously or simply. "Yes, yes, I know you, Bazarov," she repeated. She had the habit, peculiar to many provincial and Moscow ladies, of calling men by their bare surnames from the moment she first met them. "Would you like a cigar?" "A cigar is all very well," interjected Sitnikov, who was already lolling in an armchair with his legs in the air. "But give us some lunch. We're frightfully hungry. And tell them to bring us up a bottle of champagne." "You sybarite!" cried Evdoksya with a laugh. When she laughed, the gum showed over her upper teeth. "Isn't it true, Bazarov, he's a sybarite?" "I like comfort in life," pronounced Sitnikov gravely, "but that doesn't prevent me from being a liberal." "It does, though, it does!" exclaimed Evdoksya, and nevertheless gave instructions to her maid both about the lunch and about the champagne. "What do you think about that?" she added, turning to Bazarov. "I'm sure you share my opinion." "Well, no," retorted Bazarov. "A piece of meat is better than a piece of bread even from the point of view of chemistry." "Are you studying chemistry? That's my passion. I've invented a new sort of paste." "A paste? You?" "Yes. And do you know what it's for? To make dolls' heads so that they can't break. I'm practical also, you see. But it's not quite ready yet. I've still got to read Liebig. By the way, have you read Kislyakov's article on female labor in the Moscow News? Please read it. Of course you're interested in the woman's question, and in the schools too? What does your friend do? What is his name?" Madame Kukshina poured out her questions one after another, with affected negligence, without waiting for the answers. Spoilt children talk like that to their nurses. "My name is Arkady Nikolaich Kirsanov, and I do nothing." Evdoksya giggled. "Oh, how charming! What? Don't you smoke? Viktor, you know I'm very angry with you." "What for?" "They tell me you've begun praising George Sand. A backward woman and nothing else. How can people compare her with Emerson? She hasn't a single idea about education or physiology or anything. I'm sure she's never even heard of embryology, and in these days what can be done without that?" Evdoksya actually threw up her hands. "Oh, what a wonderful article Elisyevich has written about it! He's a gentleman of genius." Evdoksya constantly used the word gentleman instead of the word man. "Bazarov, sit by me on the sofa. You don't know perhaps, but I'm awfully afraid of you." "And why, may I ask?" "You're a dangerous gentleman, you're such a critic. My God, how absurd! I'm talking like some provincial landowner, but I really am one. I manage my property myself, and just imagine, my bailiff, Yerofay, he's a wonderful type, just like Fenimore Cooper's Pathfinder. There's something so spontaneous about him. I've come to settle down here. It's an intolerable town, isn't it? But what is one to do?" "The town's like any other town. remarked Bazarov coolly. "All its interests are so petty. That's what is so dreadful. I used to spend the winters in Moscow, but now my lawful husband, Monsieur Kukshin, lives there. And besides, Moscow nowadays, I don't know, it's not what it was. I'm thinking of going abroad. I almost went last year." "To Paris, I suppose?" said Bazarov. "To Paris and to Heidelberg." "Why to Heidelberg?" "How can you ask? Bunsen lives there." Bazarov could find no reply to that one. "Pierre Sapozhnikov. Do you know him?" "No, I don't." "Not know Pierre Sapozhnikov? He's always at Lydia Khostatov's." "I don't know her either." "Well, he undertook to escort me. Thank God I'm independent, I've no children. What did I say? Thank God. Never mind, though." Evdoksya rolled a cigarette between her fingers, brown with tobacco stains, put it across her tongue, licked it and started to smoke. The maid came in with a tray. "Ah, here's lunch. Will you have an apéritif first? Victor, open the bottle. That's in your line." "Yes, it's in my line," mumbled Sitnikov, and again uttered a piercing convulsive laugh. "Are there any pretty women here?" asked Bazarov, as he drank down a third glass. "Yes, there are," answered Evdoksya, "but they're all so empty-headed. For instance, my friend Odintsova is nice looking. It's a pity she's got such a reputation. Of course that wouldn't matter, but she has no independent views, no breadth of outlook, nothing of that kind. The whole system of education wants changing. I've thought a lot about it. Our women are so badly educated." "There's nothing to be done with them," interposed Sitnikov. "One ought to despise them, and I do despise them utterly and completely." The possibility of feeling and expressing contempt was the most agreeable sensation to Sitnikov. He attacked women in particular, never suspecting that it would be his fate a few months later to cringe to his wife merely because she had been born a Princess Dordolyasov. "Not one of them would be capable of understanding our conversation. Not one of them deserves to be spoken about by serious men like us." "But there's no need whatsoever for them to understand our conversation," remarked Bazarov. "Whom do you mean?" said Evdoksya. "Pretty women." "What? Do you then share the ideas of Proudhon?" Bazarov drew himself up haughtily. "I share no one's ideas. I have my own." "Damn all authorities!" shouted Sitnikov, delighted to have an opportunity of expressing himself boldly in front of the man he slavishly admired. "But even Macaulay," Madame Kukshina was trying to say. "Damn Macaulay!" thundered Sitnikov. "Are you going to stand up for those silly females?" "Not for silly females, no, but for the rights of women which I have sworn to defend to the last drop of my blood." "Damn ..." But here Sitnikov stopped. "But I don't deny you that," he said. "No, I see you're a Slavophile." "No, I'm not a Slavophile, though of course ..." "No, no, no! You are a Slavophile. You're a supporter of patriarchal despotism. You want to have the whip in your hand." "A whip is a good thing," said Bazarov, "but we've got to the last drop ..." "Of what?" interrupted Evdoksya. "Of champagne, most honored Avdotya Nikitishna. Of champagne, not of your blood." "I can never listen calmly when women are attacked," went on Evdoksya. "It's awful, awful! Instead of attacking them, you should read Michelet's book De l'Amour. That's something exquisite. Gentlemen, let us talk about love," added Evdoksya, letting her arm rest on the crumpled sofa cushion. A sudden silence followed. "No, why should we talk of love?" said Bazarov. "But you mentioned just now a Madame Odintsov. That was the name, I think. Who is the lady?" "She's charming, delightful," squeaked Sitnikov. "I'll introduce you. Clever, rich, a widow. It's a pity she's not yet advanced, though. She ought to see more of our Evdoksya. I drink to your health, Yusodi. Clink glasses. Et toc, et toc, et tin tin tin, et toc, et toc, et tin tin tin." "Viktor, you're a rascal." The lunch was prolonged. The first bottle of champagne was followed by another, by a third, and even by a fourth. Evdoksya chattered away without drawing breath. Sitnikov seconded her. They talked a lot about whether marriage was a prejudice or a crime, whether men were born equal or not, and precisely what constitutes individuality. Finally, things went so far that Evdoksya, flushed from the wine she had drunk, began tapping with her flat fingertips on a discordant piano, and singing in a husky voice, first gypsy songs, then Seymour Schiff's song "Granada Lies Slumbering," while Sitnikov tied a scarf round his head and represented the dying lover at the words, "And thy lips to mine in burning kiss entwine." Arkady could stand no more. "Gentlemen, this is approaching bedlam," he remarked aloud. Bazarov, who at rare intervals had thrown a sarcastic word or two into the conversation he paid more attention to the champagne yawned loudly, rose to his feet, and without taking leave of their hostess he walked off with Arkady. Sitnikov jumped up and followed them. "Well, what do you think of her?" he asked, hopping obsequiously from one side to another. "As I told you, a remarkable personality. If only we had more women like that. She is, in her own way, a highly moral phenomenon." "And is that establishment of your father's also a moral phenomenon?" muttered Bazarov, pointing to a vodka shop which they were passing at that moment. Sitnikov again gave vent to his shrill laugh. He was much ashamed of his origin and hardly knew whether to feel flattered or offended by Bazarov's unexpected familiarity. End of chapter 13. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 14 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 14. 2 days later the governor's ball took place. Matvei Ilyich was the real hero of the occasion. The marshal of nobility announced to all and sundry that he had come only out of respect for him, while the governor, even at the ball, and even while he was standing still, continued to "make arrangements." The amiability of Matvei Ilyich's manner was equalled only by his dignity. He behaved graciously to everyone, to some with a shade of disgust, to others with a shade of respect. He was gallant, un vrai chevalier français to all the ladies, and was continually bursting into hearty resounding laughter, in which no one else joined, as befits a high official. He slapped Arkady on the back and called him nephew loudly, bestowed on Bazarov, who was dressed in a shabby frock coat, an absent-minded but indulgent sidelong glance, and an indistinct but affable grunt in which the words "I" and "very" were vaguely distinguishable, held out a finger to Sitnikov, and smiled at him though his head had already turned round to greet someone else, even to Madame Kukshina, who appeared at the ball without a crinoline, wearing dirty gloves and a bird of paradise in her hair, he said enchanté. There were crowds of people and plenty of men dancers. Most of the civilians stood in rows along the walls, but the officers danced assiduously, especially one who had spent 6 weeks in Paris, where he had mastered several daring exclamations such as "Zut! Au filtre! Pst! Pst! Mon bibi!" and so on. He pronounced them perfectly, with real genuine Parisian chic, and at the same time he said "si j'aurais" instead of "si j'avais," and "absolument" in the sense of absolutely, expressed himself, in fact, in that great Russo-French jargon which the French laugh at when they have no reason to assure us that we speak French like angels, comme des anges. Arkady danced badly, as we already know, and Bazarov did not dance at all. They both took up their position in a corner, where Sitnikov joined them. With an expression of contemptuous mockery on his face, he turned one spiteful remark after another, looked insolently around him, and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly his face changed, and turning to Arkady he said in a rather embarrassed tone, "Odintsova has arrived." Arkady looked round and saw a tall woman in a black dress standing near the door. He was struck by her dignified bearing. Her bare arms lay gracefully across her slim waist; light sprays of fuchsia hung from her shining hair over her sloping shoulders; her clear eyes looked out from under a prominent white forehead; their expression was calm and intelligent, calm but not pensive, and her lips showed a scarcely perceptible smile. A sort of affectionate and gentle strength emanated from her face. "Do you know her?" Arkady asked Sitnikov. "Very well. Would you like me to introduce you?" "Please, after this quadrille." Bazarov also noticed Madame Odintsov. "What a striking figure," he said. "She's not like the other females." When the quadrille was over, Sitnikov led Arkady over to Madame Odintsov. But he hardly seemed to know her at all, and stumbled over his words, while she looked at him in some surprise. But she looked pleased when she heard Arkady's family name, and she asked him whether he was not the son of Nikolai Petrovich. "Yes." "I have seen your father twice and heard a lot about him," she went on. "I am very glad to meet you." At this moment some adjutant rushed up to her and asked her for a quadrille. She accepted. "Do you dance then?" asked Arkady respectfully. "Yes, and why should you suppose I don't dance? Do you think I'm too old?" "Please, how could I possibly ..." "But in that case may I ask you for a mazurka?" Madame Odintsov smiled graciously. "Certainly," she said, and looked at Arkady, not exactly patronizingly, but in the way married sisters look at very young brothers. She was in fact not much older than Arkady; she was 29, but in her presence he felt like a schoolboy, so that the difference in their ages seemed to matter much more. Matvei Ilyich came up to her in a majestic manner and started to pay her compliments. Arkady moved aside, but he still watched her; he could not take his eyes off her even during the quadrille. She talked to her partner as easily as she had to the grand official, slightly turning her head and eyes, and once or twice she laughed softly. Her nose, like most Russian noses, was rather thick, and her complexion was not translucently clear; nevertheless Arkady decided that he had never before met such a fascinating woman. The sound of her voice clung to his ears, the very folds of her dress seemed to fall differently, more gracefully and amply than on other women, and her movements were wonderfully flowing and at the same time natural. Arkady was overcome by shyness when, at the first sounds of the mazurka, he took a seat beside his partner. He wanted to talk to her, but he only passed his hand through his hair and could not find a single word to say. But his shyness and agitation soon passed. Madame Odinstov's tranquillity communicated itself to him. Within a quarter of an hour he was telling her freely about his father, his uncle, his life in Petersburg and in the country. Madame Odintsov listened to him with courteous sympathy, slowly opening and closing her fan. The conversation was broken off when her partners claimed her. Sitnikov, among others, asked her to dance twice. She came back, sat down again, took up her fan, and did not even breathe more rapidly, while Arkady started talking again, penetrated through and through by the happiness of being near her, talking to her, looking at her eyes, her lovely forehead and her whole charming, dignified and intelligent face. She said little, but her words showed an understanding of life. Judging by some of her remarks, Arkady came to the conclusion that this young woman had already experienced and thought a great deal. "Who is that you were standing with?" she asked him, "when Mr. Sitnikov brought you over to me?" "So you noticed him?" asked Arkady in his turn. "He has a wonderful face, hasn't he? That's my friend, Bazarov." Arkady went on to discuss his friend. He spoke of him in such detail and with so much enthusiasm that Madame Odintsov turned round and looked at him attentively. Meanwhile the mazurka was drawing to a close. Arkady was sorry to leave his partner, he had spent almost an hour with her so happily. Certainly he had felt the whole time as though she were showing indulgence to him, as though he ought to be grateful to her, but young hearts are not weighed down by that feeling. The music stopped. "Merci," murmured Madame Odintsov, rising. "You promised to pay me a visit. Bring your friend with you. I am very curious to meet a man who has the courage to believe in nothing." The governor came up to Madame Odintsov, announced that supper was ready, and with a worried look offered her his arm. As she went out, she turned to smile once more at Arkady. He bowed low, followed her with his eyes how graceful her figure seemed to him, how radiant in the sober luster of the black silk folds! And he was conscious of some kind of refreshing humility of soul as he thought, "This very minute she has forgotten my existence." "Well?" Bazarov asked Arkady as soon as he had returned to the corner. "Did you have a good time? A man has just told me that your lady is oh, never mind what, but the fellow is probably a fool. What do you think? Is she?" "I don't understand what you mean," said Arkady. "My goodness, what innocence! In that case I don't understand the man you quote. Madame Odintsov is very charming, but she is so cold and reserved that—" "Still waters run deep, you know," interposed Bazarov. "You say she is cold; that just adds to the flavor. You like ices, I expect." "Perhaps," muttered Arkady. "I can't express any opinion about that. She wants to meet you and asked me to bring you over to visit her." "I can imagine how you described me. Never mind, you did well. Take me along. Whoever she may be, whether she's just a provincial climber or an emancipated woman like Kukshina, anyhow she's got a pair of shoulders the like of which I haven't seen for a long time." Arkady was hurt by Bazarov's cynicism, but, as often happens, he did not blame his friend for those particular things which he disliked in him. Why do you disagree with free thought for women?" he asked in a low voice. "Because, my lad, as far as I can see, free-thinking women are all monsters." The conversation was cut short at this point. Both young men left immediately after supper. They were pursued by a nervously angry but faint-hearted laugh from Madame Kukshina, whose vanity had been deeply wounded by the fact that neither of them had paid the slightest attention to her. She stayed later than anyone else at the ball, and at 4 o'clock in the morning she was dancing a polka mazurka in Parisian style with Sitnikov. The governor's ball culminated in this edifying spectacle. End of chapter 14. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 15 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 15. "We'll soon see to what species of mammal this specimen belongs," Bazarov said to Arkady the following day, as they mounted the staircase of the hotel where Madame Odintsov was staying. "I can smell something wrong here." "I'm surprised at you," cried Arkady. "What, you of all people, Bazarov, clinging to that narrow morality which—" "What a funny fellow you are," said Bazarov carelessly, cutting him short. "Don't you know that in my dialect, and for my purpose, something wrong means something right? That's just my advantage. Didn't you tell me yourself this morning that she made a strange marriage, though to my mind to marry a rich old man is far from a strange thing to do, but on the contrary sensible enough? I don't believe the gossip of the town, but I should like to think, as our enlightened governor says, that it's just." Arkady made no answer and knocked at the door of the apartment. A young servant in livery ushered the two friends into a large room, furnished in bad taste like all Russian hotel rooms, but filled with flowers. Madame Odintsov soon appeared in a simple morning dress. In the light of the spring sunshine she looked even younger than before. Arkady introduced Bazarov, and noticed with concealed astonishment that he seemed embarrassed, while Madame Odintsov remained perfectly calm, as she had been on the previous day. Bazarov was himself conscious of feeling embarrassed, and was annoyed about it. "What an idea! Frightened of a female," he thought, and lolling in an armchair, quite like Sitnikov, he began to talk in an exaggeratedly casual manner, while Madame Odintsov kept her clear eyes fixed on him. Anna Sergeyevna Odintsova was the daughter of Sergey Nikolaevich Loktev, notorious for his personal beauty, speculations, and gambling, who, after 15 years of a stormy and sensational life in Petersburg and Moscow, ended by ruining himself completely at cards and was obliged to retire to the country, where soon afterwards he died, leaving a very small property to his two daughters, Anna, a girl of 20 at that time, and Katya, a child of 12. Their mother, who belonged to an impoverished princely family, had died in Petersburg while her husband was still in his heyday. Anna's position after her father's death was a very difficult one. The brilliant education which she had received in Petersburg had not fitted her for the cares of domestic and household economy, nor for an obscure life buried in the country. She knew no one in the whole neighborhood, and there was no one she could consult. Her father had tried to avoid all contact with his neighbors; he despised them in his way, and they despised him in theirs. However, she did not lose her head, and promptly sent for a sister of her mother's, Princess Avdotya Stepanovna X, a spiteful, arrogant old lady, who, on instilling herself in her niece's house, appropriated the best rooms for herself, grumbled and scolded from morning till night, and refused to walk a step, even in the garden, without being attended by her one and only serf, a surly footman in a threadbare pea-green livery with light blue trimming and a three-cornered hat. Anna patiently put up with all her aunt's caprices, gradually set to work on her sister's education, and, it seemed, was already reconciled to the idea of fading away in the wilderness; but fate had decreed otherwise. She happened to be seen by a certain Odintsov, a wealthy man of 46, an eccentric hypochondriac, swollen, heavy and sour, but not stupid, and quite good-natured. He fell in love with her and proposed marriage. She agreed to become his wife, and they lived together for 6 years; then he died, leaving her all his property. For nearly a year after his death, Anna Sergeyevna remained in the country. Then she went abroad with her sister, but stayed only in Germany. She soon grew tired of it and came back to live at her beloved Nikolskoe, nearly 30 miles from the town of X. Her house was magnificent, luxuriously furnished, and had a beautiful garden with conservatories. Her late husband had spared no expense to gratify his wishes. Anna Sergeyevna rarely visited the town, and as a rule only on business. Even then she did not stay long. She was not popular in the province; there had been a fearful outcry when she married Odintsov; all sorts of slanderous stories were invented about her. It was asserted that she had helped her father in his gambling escapades, and even that she had gone abroad for a special reason to conceal some unfortunate consequences. "You understand," the indignant gossips would conclude. "She has been through fire and water," they said of her, to which a noted provincial wit added, "and through the brass instruments." All this talk reached her, but she turned a deaf ear to it. She had an independent and sufficiently determined character. Madame Odintsov sat leaning back in her armchair, her hands folded, and listened to Bazarov. Contrary to his habit, he was talking a lot and was obviously trying to interest her, which also surprised Arkady. He could not be sure whether Bazarov had achieved his object, for it was difficult to learn from Anna Sergeyevna's face what impression was being made on her. It retained the same gracious refined look. Her bright eyes shone with attention, but it was an unruffled attention. During the first minutes of the visit, Bazarov's awkward manners had impressed her disagreeably, like a bad smell, or a discordant sound, but she saw at once that he was nervous, and that flattered her. Only the commonplace was repulsive to her, and no one would have accused Bazarov of being commonplace. Arkady had several surprises in store for him that day. He had expected that Bazarov would talk to an intelligent woman like Madame Odintsov about his convictions and views. She herself had expressed a desire to hear the man "who dares to believe in nothing," but instead of that Bazarov talked about medicine, about homeopathy, and about botany. It turned out that Madame Odintsov had not wasted her time in solitude. She had read a number of good books and herself spoke an excellent Russian. She turned the conversation to music, but observing that Bazarov had no appreciation of art, quietly turned it back to botany, although Arkady was just launching out on a discourse about the significance of national melodies. Madame Odintsov continued to treat him as though he were a younger brother. She seemed to appreciate his good nature and youthful simplicity, and that was all. A lively conversation went on for over 3 hours, ranging freely over a variety of subjects. At last the friends got up and began to take their leave. Anna Sergeyevna looked at them kindly, held out her beautiful white hand to each in turn, and after a moment's thought said with a diffident but delightful smile, "If you are not afraid of being bored, gentlemen, come and see me at Nikolskoe." "Oh, Anna Sergeyevna," cried Arkady, "that will be the greatest happiness for me." "And you, Monsieur Bazarov?" Bazarov only bowed, and Arkady had yet another surprise. He noticed that his friend was blushing. "Well," he said to him in the street, "do you still think she's—" "Who can tell? Just see how frozen she is," answered Bazarov. Then after a short pause he added, "She's a real Grand Duchess, a commanding sort of person. She only needs a train behind her and a crown on her head." "Our Grand Duchesses can't talk Russian like that," observed Arkady. "She has known ups and downs, my lad. She's been hard up." "Anyhow, she's delightful," said Arkady. "What a magnificent body," went on Bazarov. "How I should like to see it on the dissecting table." "Stop, for heaven's sake, Evgeny. You go too far." "Well, don't get angry, you baby. I meant it's first rate. We must go to stay with her." "When?" "Well, why not the day after tomorrow? What is there to do here? Drink champagne with Kukshina? Listen to your cousin, the liberal statesman? Let's be off the day after tomorrow. By the way, my father's little place is not far from there. This Nikolskoe is on the X road, isn't it?" "Yes." "Excellent. Why hesitate? Leave that to fools and intellectuals. I say, what a splendid body." 3 days later the two friends were driving along the road to Nikolskoe. The day was bright and not too hot, and the plump post horses trotted smartly along, flicking their tied and plaited tails. Arkady looked at the road, and, without knowing why, he smiled. "Congratulate me!" exclaimed Bazarov suddenly. "Today's the 22nd of June, my saint's day. Let us see how he will watch over me. They expect me home today," he added, dropping his voice. "Well, they can wait. What does it matter?" End of chapter 15. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 16 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 16. The country house in which Anna Sergeyevna lived stood on the slope of a low hill not far from a yellow stone church with a green roof, white columns, and decorated with a fresco over the main entrance representing the Resurrection of Christ in the Italian style. Especially remarkable for its voluminous contours was the figure of a swarthy soldier in a helmet, sprawling in the foreground of the picture. Behind the church stretched a long village street with chimneys peeping out here and there from thatched roofs. The manor house was built in the same style as the church, the style now famous as that of Alexander I. The whole house was painted yellow, and it had a green roof, white columns, and a pediment with a coat of arms carved on it. The provincial architect had designed both buildings according to the instructions of the late Odintsov, who could not endure, as he expressed it, senseless and arbitrary innovations. The house was flanked on both sides by the dark trees of an old garden; an avenue of clipped pines led up to the main entrance. Our friends were met in the hall by two tall footmen in livery; one of them ran at once to fetch the butler. The butler, a stout man in a black tail coat, promptly appeared and led the visitors up a staircase, covered with rugs, into a specially prepared room in which two beds had been arranged with every kind of toilet accessory. It was evident that order reigned in the house. Everything was clean, and there was everywhere a peculiar dignified fragrance such as one encounters in ministerial reception rooms. "Anna Sergeyevna asks you to come to see her in half an hour," the butler announced. "Have you any orders to give meanwhile?" "No orders, my good sir," answered Bazarov, "but perhaps you will kindly trouble yourself to bring a glass of vodka?" "Certainly, sir," said the butler, looking rather surprised, and went out, his boots creaking. "What grand genre," remarked Bazarov. "That's what you call it in your set, I think. A Grand Duchess complete." "A nice Grand Duchess," answered Arkady, "to invite straight away such great aristocrats as you and me to stay with her." "Especially me, a future doctor and a doctor's son, and grandson of a village priest. You know that, I suppose. A village priest's grandson, like the statesman Speransky," added Bazarov, after a brief silence, pursing his lips. "Anyhow, she gives herself the best of everything, this pampered lady. Shan't we soon find ourselves wearing tailcoats?" Arkady only shrugged his shoulders, but he, too, felt a certain embarrassment. Half an hour later, Bazarov and Arkady made their way together into the drawing room. It was a large, lofty room, luxuriously furnished but with little personal taste. Heavy, expensive furniture stood in a conventional stiff arrangement along the walls, which were covered in a buff wallpaper decorated with golden arabesques. Odintsov had ordered the furniture from Moscow through a wine merchant who was a friend and agent of his. Over a sofa in the center of one wall hung a portrait of a flabby, fair-haired man, which seemed to look disapprovingly at the visitors. "It must be the late husband," whispered Bazarov to Arkady. "Shall we dash off?" But at that moment the hostess entered. She wore a light muslin dress; her hair, smoothly brushed back behind her ears, imparted a girlish expression to her pure, fresh face. "Thank you for keeping your promise," she began. "You must stay a little while; you won't find it so bad here. I will introduce you to my sister; she plays the piano well. That's a matter of indifference to you, Monsieur Bazarov, but you, Monsieur Kirsanov, are fond of music, I believe. Apart from my sister, an old aunt lives with me and a neighbor sometimes comes over to play cards. That makes up our whole circle. And now let us sit down." Madame Odintsov delivered this whole little speech very fluently and distinctly, as if she had learned it by heart. Then she turned to Arkady. It appeared that her mother had known Arkady's mother and had even been her confidante in her love for Nikolai Petrovich. Arkady began to talk with warm feeling about his dead mother. Meanwhile Bazarov sat and looked through some albums. "What a tame cat I've become," he thought. A beautiful white wolfhound with a blue collar ran into the drawing room and tapped on the floor with its paws. It was followed by a girl of 18 with a round and pleasing face and small dark eyes. In her hands she held a basket filled with flowers. "This is my Katya," said Madame Odintsov, nodding in her direction. Katya made a slight curtsy, sat down beside her sister and began arranging the flowers. The wolfhound, whose name was Fifi, went up to both visitors in turn, wagging its tail and thrusting its cold nose into their hands. "Did you pick them all yourself?" asked Madame Odintsov. "Yes," answered Katya. "Is Auntie coming down for tea?" "She's coming." When Katya spoke, her face had a charming smile, at once bashful and candid, and she looked up from under her eyebrows with a kind of amusing severity. Everything about her was naïve and undeveloped, her voice, the downy bloom on her face, the rosy hands with white palms and the rather narrow shoulders. She was constantly blushing and she breathed quickly. Madame Odintsov turned to Bazarov. "You are looking at pictures out of politeness, Evgeny Vassilich," she began. "It doesn't interest you, so you had better come and join us, and we will have a discussion about something." Bazarov moved nearer. "What have you decided to discuss?" he muttered. "Whatever you like. I warn you, I am dreadfully argumentative." "You?" "Yes. That seems to surprise you? Why?" "Because, so far as I can judge, you have a calm and cool temperament, and to be argumentative one needs to get excited." "How have you managed to sum me up so quickly? In the first place, I am impatient and persistent; you should ask Katya. And secondly, I am very easily carried away." Bazarov looked at Anna Sergeyevna. "Perhaps. You know best. Very well, if you want a discussion, so be it. I was looking at the views of Swiss mountains in your albums, and you remarked that they couldn't interest me. You said that because you suppose I have no artistic feeling, and it is true I have none. But those views might interest me from a geological standpoint, for studying the information of mountains, for instance." "Excuse me, but as a geologist you would rather study a book, some special work on the subject, and not a drawing." "The drawing shows me at one glance what might be spread over 10 pages in a book." Anna Sergeyevna was silent for a few moments. "So you have no feeling whatsoever for art?" she said, leaning her elbow on the table and by so doing bringing her face nearer to Bazarov. "How do you manage without it?" "Why, what is it needed for, may I ask?" "Well, at least to help one to know and understand people." Bazarov smiled. "In the first place, experience of life does that, and in the second, I assure you the study of separate individuals is not worth the trouble it involves. All people resemble each other, in soul as well as in body. Each of us has a brain, spleen, heart and lungs of similar construction; the so-called moral qualities are the same in all of us. The slight variations are insignificant. It is enough to have one single human specimen in order to judge all the others. People are like trees in a forest; no botanist would think of studying each individual birch tree." Katya, who was arranging the flowers one by one in a leisurely way, raised her eyes to Bazarov with a puzzled expression, and meeting his quick casual glance, she blushed right up to her ears. Anna Sergeyevna shook her head. "The trees in a forest," she repeated. "Then, according to you, there is no difference between a stupid and an intelligent person, or between a good and a bad one." "No, there is a difference, as there is between the sick and the healthy. The lungs of a consumptive person are not in the same condition as yours or mine, although their construction is the same. We know more or less what causes physical ailments, but moral diseases are caused by bad education, by all the rubbish with which people's heads are stuffed from childhood onwards, in short, by the disordered state of society. Reform society, and there will be no diseases." Bazarov said all this with an air as though he were all the while thinking to himself, "Believe me or not as you wish, it's all the same to me." He slowly passed his long fingers over his whiskers, and his eyes strayed round the room. "And you suppose," said Anna Sergeyevna, "that when society is reformed there will be no longer any stupid or wicked people?" "At any rate, in a properly organized society it'll make no difference whether a man is stupid or clever, bad or good." "Yes, I understand. They will all have the same spleen." "Exactly, madam." Madame Odintsov turned to Arkady. "And what is your opinion, Arkady Nikolaevich?" "I agree with Evgeny," he answered. Katya looked at him from under her eyelids. "You amaze me, gentlemen," commented Madame Odintsov. "But we will talk about this again. I hear my aunt now coming in to tea; we must spare her." Anna Sergeyevna's aunt, Princess X, a small, shriveled woman with a pinched-up face like a fist, with staring bad-tempered eyes under her grey brows, came in, and scarcely bowing to the guests, sank into a broad velvet-covered armchair, in which no one except herself was privileged to sit. Katya put a stool under her feet; the old lady did not thank her or even look at her, only her hand shook under the yellow shawl which almost covered her decrepit body. The princess liked yellow, even her cap had yellow ribbons. "How did you sleep, auntie?" asked Madame Odintsov, raising her voice. "That dog here again," mumbled the old lady in reply, and noticing that Fifi was making 2 hesitating steps in her direction, she hissed loudly. Katya called Fifi and opened the door for her. Fifi rushed out gaily, imagining she was going to be taken for a walk, but when she found herself left alone outside the door, she began to scratch and whine. The princess frowned. Katya rose to go out. "I expect tea is ready," said Madame Odintsov. "Come, gentlemen. Auntie, will you go in to tea?" The princess rose from her chair without speaking and led the way out of the drawing room. They all followed her into the dining room. A little Cossack page drew back noisily from the table a chair covered with cushions, also dedicated to the princess, who sank into it. Katya, who poured out tea, handed her first a cup decorated with a coat of arms. The old lady helped herself to honey, which she put in her cup; she considered it both sinful and extravagant to drink tea with sugar in it, although she never spent a penny of her own on anything, and suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "And what does Prince Ivan write?" No one made any reply. Bazarov and Arkady soon observed that the family paid no attention to her, although they treated her respectfully. "They put up with her because of her princely family," thought Bazarov. After tea Anna Sergeyevna suggested that they should go out for a walk, but it began to rain a little, and the whole party, except the princess, returned to the drawing room. The neighbor arrived, the devoted card player. His name was Porfiri Platonich, a plump, grayish little man, with short spindly legs, very polite and jocular. Anna Sergeyevna, who still talked principally to Bazarov, asked him whether he would like to play an old-fashioned game of preference with them. Bazarov accepted, saying that he certainly needed to prepare himself in advance for the duties in store for him as a country doctor. "You must be careful," remarked Anna Sergeyevna. "Porfiri Platonich and I will defeat you. And you, Katya," she added, "play something to Arkady Nikolaich; he's fond of music and we shall enjoy listening too." Katya went unwillingly to the piano, and Arkady, although he was genuinely fond of music, unwillingly followed her. It seemed to him that Madame Odintsov was getting rid of him, and he felt already like most young men of his age, a vague and oppressive excitement, like a foretaste of love. Katya lifted the lid of the piano, and without looking at Arkady, asked in an undertone, "What am I to play to you?" "What you like," answered Arkady indifferently. "What sort of music do you prefer?" went on Katya, without changing her attitude. "Classical," answered Arkady in the same tone of voice. "Do you like Mozart?" Yes, I like Mozart." Katya pulled out Mozart's Sonata Fantasia in C minor. She played very well, although a little too precisely and dryly. She sat upright and motionless without taking her eyes off the music, her lips tightly compressed, and only towards the end of the sonata her face started to glow, her hair loosened, and a little lock fell over her dark brow. Arkady was especially struck by the last part of the sonata, the part where the enchanting gaiety of the careless melody at its height is suddenly broken into by the pangs of such a sad and almost tragic suffering. But the ideas inspired in him by the sounds of Mozart were not related to Katya. Looking at her, he merely thought, "Well, that young lady doesn't play too badly, and she's not bad looking either." When she had finished the sonata, Katya, without taking her hands from the keys, asked, "Is that enough?" Arkady said that he would not venture to trouble her further, and began talking to her about Mozart. He asked her whether she had chosen that sonata herself, or someone else had recommended it to her. But Katya answered him in monosyllables and withdrew into herself. When this happened, she did not come out again quickly; at such times her face took on an obstinate, almost stupid expression. She was not exactly shy, but she was diffident and rather overawed by her sister, who had educated her, but who never even suspected that such a feeling existed in Katya. Arkady was at length reduced to calling Fifi over to him and stroking her on the head with a benevolent smile in order to create the impression of being at his ease. Katya went on arranging her flowers. Meanwhile Bazarov was losing and losing. Anna Sergeyevna played cards with masterly skill. Porfiri Platonich also knew how to hold his own. Bazarov lost a sum, which, though trifling in itself, was none too pleasant for him. At supper Anna Sergeyevna again turned the conversation to botany. "Let us go for a walk tomorrow morning," she said to him. "I want you to teach me the Latin names of several wild plants and their species." "What's the good of the Latin names to you?" asked Bazarov. "Order is needed for everything," she answered. "What a wonderful woman Anna Sergeyevna is," cried Arkady when he was alone in their room with his friend. "Yes," answered Bazarov, "a female with brains. And she's seen life, too." "In what sense do you mean that, Evgeny Vassilich?" "In a good sense, in a good sense, my worthy Arkady Nikolaevich. I'm sure she also manages her estate very efficiently. But what is wonderful is not her, but her sister." "What? That little dark creature?" "Yes, the little dark creature. She's fresh, untouched, and shy and silent, anything you want. One could work on her and make something out of her. But the other, she's an experienced hand." Arkady did not answer Bazarov, and each of them got into bed occupied with his own particular thoughts. Anna Sergeyevna was also thinking about her guests that evening. She liked Bazarov for his absence of flattery and for his definite downright views. She found in him something new, which she had not met before, and she was curious. Anna Sergeyevna was a rather strange person. Having no prejudices at all and no strong convictions either, she neither avoided things nor went out of her way to secure anything special. She was clear-sighted and she had many interests, but nothing completely satisfied her. Indeed, she hardly desired any complete satisfaction. Her mind was at once inquiring and indifferent; though her doubts were never soothed by forgetfulness, they never grew powerful enough to agitate her disagreeably. Had she not been rich and independent, she would probably have thrown herself into the struggle and experienced passion. But life ran easily for her, although she was sometimes bored, and she went on from day to day without hurrying and only rarely feeling disturbed. Rainbow-colored visions sometimes glowed before her eyes, but she breathed more peacefully when they faded away, and she did not hanker after them. Her imagination certainly overstepped the limits of conventional morality, but all the time her blood flowed as quietly as ever in her charmingly graceful, tranquil body. Sometimes, emerging from her fragrant bath, warm and languid, she would start musing on the emptiness of life, its sorrow, labor and vindictiveness. Her soul would be filled with sudden daring and burn with generous ardor. But then a draught would blow from a half-open window, and Anna Sergeyevna would shrink back into herself, with a plaintive, almost angry feeling, and there was only one thing she needed at that particular moment: to get away from that nasty draught. Like all women who have not succeeded in loving, she wanted something without knowing what it was. Actually she wanted nothing, though it seemed to her that she wanted everything. She could hardly endure the late Odintsov; she married him for practical reasons, though she might not have agreed to become his wife if she had not regarded him as a good-natured man; and she had conceived a hidden repugnance for all men, whom she could think of only as slovenly, clumsy, dull, feebly irritating creatures. Once, somewhere abroad, she had met a handsome young Swede, with a chivalrous expression and with honest eyes under an open brow. He made a strong impression on her, but that had not prevented her from returning to Russia. "A strange man, this doctor," she thought as she lay in her magnificent bed, on lace pillows under a light silk eiderdown. Anna Sergeyevna had inherited from her father some of his passion for luxury. She had been devoted to him, and he had idolized her, used to joke with her as though she were a friend and equal, confided his secrets to her and asked her advice. Her mother she scarcely remembered. "This doctor is a strange man," she repeated to herself. She stretched, smiled, clasped her hands behind her head, ran her eyes over 2 pages of a stupid French novel, dropped the book and fell asleep, pure and cold in her clean and fragrant linen. The following morning Anna Sergeyevna went off botanizing with Bazarov immediately after breakfast, and returned just before dinner. Arkady did not go out anywhere, but spent about an hour with Katya. He was not bored in her company. She offered of her own accord to play the Mozart sonata again, but when Madame Odintsov came back at last and he caught sight of her, he felt a sudden pain in his heart. She walked through the garden with a rather tired step, her cheeks were burning, and her eyes shone more brightly than usual under her round straw hat. She was twirling in her fingers the thin stalk of some wild flower, her light shawl had slipped down to her elbows, and the broad grey ribbons of her hat hung over her bosom. Bazarov walked beside her, self-confident and casual as ever, but Arkady disliked the expression of his face, although it was cheerful and even affectionate. Bazarov muttered "Good day" between his teeth, and went straight to his room, and Madame Odintsov shook Arkady's hand absent-mindedly and also walked past him. "Why good day?" thought Arkady, "as if we had not seen each other already today?" End of chapter 16. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 17 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 17. As we all know, time sometimes flies like a bird, and sometimes crawls like a worm, but people may be unusually happy when they do not even notice whether time has passed quickly or slowly. In this way Arkady and Bazarov spent a whole fortnight with Madame Odintsov. Such a result was achieved partly by the order and regularity which she had established in her house and mode of life. She adhered strictly to this order herself, and obliged others to submit to it as well. Everything during the day was done at a fixed time. In the morning, at 8 o'clock precisely, the whole party assembled for tea. From then till breakfast everyone did what he liked. The hostess herself was engaged with her bailiff, the estate was run on the rental system, her butler and her head housekeeper. Before dinner the party met again for conversation or reading. The evening was devoted to walking, cards, or music. At 10:30, Anna Sergeyevna retired to her own room, gave her orders for the next day and went to bed. Bazarov did not care for this measured and rather formal regularity in daily life, like gliding along rails, he called it. Livened footmen and stately butlers offended his democratic sentiments. He declared that once you went so far, you might as well dine in the English style, in tail coats and white ties. He once spoke out his views on the subject to Anna Sergeyevna. Her manner was such that people never hesitated to say what they thought in front of her. She heard him out, and then remarked, "From your point of view you are right, and perhaps in that way I am too much of a lady, but one must lead an orderly life in the country, otherwise one is overcome by boredom." And she continued to go her own way. Bazarov grumbled, but both he and Arkady found life easy at Madame Odintsov's, just because everything in the house ran so smoothly on rails. Nevertheless, some change had occurred in both the young men since the first days of their stay at Nikolskoe. Bazarov, whose company Anna Sergeyevna obviously enjoyed, though she rarely agreed with him, began to show quite unprecedented signs of unrest. He was easily irritated, spoke with reluctance, often looked angry, and could not sit still in one place, as if moved about by some irresistible desire; while Arkady, who had conclusively made up his mind that he was in love with Madame Odintsov, began to abandon himself to a quiet melancholy. This melancholy, however, did not prevent him from making friends with Katya; it even helped him to develop a more affectionate relationship with her. "She does not appreciate me," he thought. "So be it; but here is a kind person who does not repulse me." And his heart again knew the sweetness of generous emotions. Katya vaguely understood that he was seeking a kind of consolation in her company, and did not deny him or herself the innocent pleasure of a shy, confidential friendship. They did not talk to each other in Anna Sergeyevna's presence. Katya always shrank into herself under her sister's sharp eyes, while Arkady naturally could pay attention to nothing else when he was close to the object of his love, but he felt happy with Katya when he was alone with her. He knew that it was beyond his power to interest Madame Odintsov; he was shy and at a loss when he was left in her company, nor had she anything special to say to him; he was too young for her. On the other hand, with Katya Arkady felt quite at home; he treated her indulgently, encouraged her to talk about her own impressions of music, novels, verses and other trifles, without noticing or acknowledging that these trifles interested him also. Katya, for her part, did not interfere with his melancholy. Arkady felt at ease with Katya, and Madame Odintsov with Bazarov, so it usually happened that after the two couples had been together for a while, they went off on their separate ways, especially during walks. Katya adored nature, and so did Arkady, though he did not dare to admit it. Madame Odintsov, like Bazarov, was rather indifferent to natural beauties. The continued separation of the two friends produced its consequences. Their relationship began to change. Bazarov gave up talking to Arkady about Madame Odintsov, he even stopped abusing her aristocratic habits. However, he continued to praise Katya, and advised Arkady only to restrain her sentimental tendencies, but his praises were hurried and perfunctory, his advice was dry, and in general he talked much less to Arkady than before. He seemed to avoid him, he was ill at ease in his presence. Arkady observed all this, but kept his observations to himself. The real cause of all this novelty was the feeling inspired in Bazarov by Madame Odintsov, a feeling which at once tortured and maddened him, and which he would have promptly denied with contemptuous laughter and cynical abuse if anyone had even remotely hinted at the possibility of what was happening within him. Bazarov was very fond of women and of feminine beauty, but love in the ideal, or as he called it romantic, sense, he described as idiocy, unpardonable folly. He regarded chivalrous feelings as a kind of deformity or disease, and had more than once expressed his amazement that Toggenburg and all the Minnesingers and troubadours had not been shut up in a lunatic asylum. "If a woman appeals to you," he used to say, "try to gain your end, and if you can't, well, just turn your back on her. There are lots more good fish in the sea." Madame Odintsov appealed to him. The rumors he had heard about her, the freedom and independence of her ideas, her obvious liking for him, all seemed to be in his favor, but he soon saw that with her he could not gain his end, and as for turning his back on her, he found, to his own amazement, he had no strength to do so. His blood was on fire directly he thought about her. He could easily have mastered his blood, but something else was taking possession of him, something he had never allowed, at which he had always scoffed and at which his pride revolted. In his conversations with Anna Sergeyevna he expressed more strongly than ever his calm indifference to any kind of romanticism. But when he was alone he indignantly recognized romanticism in himself. Then he would go off into the forest and stride about smashing the twigs which came in his way and cursing under his breath both her and himself; or he would go into the hayloft in the barn and obstinately closing his eyes force himself to sleep, in which, of course, he did not always succeed. Suddenly he would imagine those chaste hands twining themselves around his neck, those proud lips responding to his kisses, those intelligent eyes looking with tenderness, yes, with tenderness, into his, and his head went round, and he forgot himself for a moment, till indignation boiled up again within him. He caught himself indulging in all sorts of shameful thoughts, as though a devil were mocking at him. It seemed to him sometimes that a change was also taking place in Madame Odintsov, that her face expressed something unusual, that perhaps ... But at that point he would stamp on the ground, grind his teeth or clench his fist. Meanwhile he was not entirely mistaken. He had struck Madame Odintsov's imagination; he interested her; she thought a lot about him. In his absence she was not exactly bored, she did not wait for him with impatience, but when he appeared she immediately became livelier. She enjoyed being left alone with him, and she enjoyed talking to him, even when he annoyed her or offended her taste and her refined habits. She seemed eager both to test him and to analyze herself. One day, walking with her in the garden, he abruptly announced in a surly voice that he intended to leave very soon to go to his father's place. She turned white, as if something had pricked her heart. She was surprised at the sudden pain she felt, and pondered long afterwards on what it could mean. Bazarov had told her about his departure without any idea of trying out the effect of the news upon her. He never fabricated stories. That same morning he had seen his father's bailiff, Timofeich, who had looked after him as a child. This Timofeich, an experienced and astute little old man, with faded yellow hair, a weather-beaten red face, and with tiny teardrops in his shrunken eyes, had appeared quite unexpectedly in front of Bazarov, in his short coat of thick grey-blue cloth, leather girdle and tarred boots. "Hullo, old man, how are you?" exclaimed Bazarov. "How do you do, Evgeny Vassilich?" began the little old man, smiling with joy, so that his whole face was immediately covered with wrinkles. "What have you come here for? They sent you to find me, eh?" "Fancy that, sir! How is it possible?" mumbled Timofeich. He remembered the strict injunctions he had received from his master before he left. "We were sent to town on the master's business and heard news of your honor, so we turned off on the way, well, to have a look at your honor. As if we could think of disturbing you." "Now then, don't lie," Bazarov cut him short. "It's no use your pretending this is on the road to the town." Timofeich hesitated and said nothing. "Is my father well?" "Thank God, yes." "And my mother?" "Arina Vlasyevna too, glory be to God." "They're expecting me, I suppose?" The old man leaned his little head on one side. "Oh, Evgeny Vassilich, how they wait for you! Believe me, it makes the heart ache to see them." All right, don't rub it in. Tell them I'm coming soon." "I obey," answered Timofeich with a sigh. As he left the house he pulled his cap down with both hands over his head, then clambered into a dilapidated racing carriage and went off at a trot, but not in the direction of the town. On the evening of that day, Madame Odintsov was sitting in one room with Bazarov, while Arkady walked up and down the hall listening to Katya playing the piano. The princess had gone upstairs to her own room; she always loathed visitors, but she resented particularly the new raving lunatics, as she called them. In the main rooms she only sulked, but she made up for that in her own room by bursting into such a torrent of abuse in front of her maid that the cap danced on her head, wig and all. Madame Odintsov knew all about this. "How is it that you are proposing to leave us?" she began. "What about your promises?" Bazarov made a movement of surprise. "What promises?" "Have you forgotten? You intended to give me some chemistry lessons." "Oh, it can't be helped. My father expects me. I can't put it off any longer. Besides, you can read Pelouse et Fremy, Notions Générales de Chimie. It's a good book and clearly written. You will find in it all you need." "But you remember you assured me that a book can't take the place of I forgot how you put it, but you know what I mean. Don't you remember?" "It can't be helped," repeated Bazarov. "Why should you go?" said Madame Odintsov, dropping her voice. He glanced at her. Her head had fallen on the back of the armchair and her arms, bare to the elbow, were folded over her bosom. She seemed paler in the light of the single lamp covered with a translucent paper shade. A broad white dress covered her completely in its soft folds; even the tips of her feet, also crossed, were hardly visible. "And why should I stay?" answered Bazarov. Madame Odintsov turned her head slightly. "You ask why? Have you not enjoyed staying here? Or do you think no one will miss you when you are gone?" "I am sure of that." Madame Odintsov was silent for a moment. "You are wrong in thinking so. But I won't believe you. You can't say that seriously." Bazarov continued to sit motionless. "Evgeny Vassilich, why don't you speak?" "What am I to say to you? There is no point in missing people, and that applies to me even more than to most." "Why so?" "I am a straightforward, uninteresting person. I don't know how to talk." "You are fishing for compliments, Evgeny Vassilich." "That's not my custom. Don't you know yourself that the graceful side of life, which you value so highly, is beyond my reach?" Madame Odintsov bit the corner of her handkerchief. "You may think what you like, but I shall find it dull when you go away." "Arkady will stay on," remarked Bazarov. Madame Odintsov slightly shrugged her shoulders. "It will be dull for me," she repeated. "Really? In any case you won't feel like that for long." "What makes you suppose so?" "Because you told me yourself that you are bored only when your orderly routine is disturbed. You have organized your life with such impeccable regularity that there can't be any place left in it for boredom or sadness, for any painful emotions." "And do you consider that I am so impeccable, I mean, that I have organized my life so thoroughly?" "I should think so. For example, in 5 minutes the clock will strike 10, and I already know in advance that you will turn me out of the room." "No, I won't turn you out, Evgeny Vassilich. You may stay. Open that window. I feel half stifled." Bazarov got up and pushed the window. It flew wide open with a crash. He had not expected it to open so easily. Also his hands were trembling. The soft dark night looked into the room, with its nearly black sky, its faintly rustling trees, and the fresh fragrance of the pure open air. "Draw the blind and sit down," said Madame Odintsov. "I want to have a talk with you before you go away. Tell me something about yourself. You never talk about yourself." "I try to talk to you about useful subjects, Anna Sergeyevna." "You are very modest, but I should like to know something about you, about your family and your father for whom you are forsaking us." "Why is she talking like this?" thought Bazarov. "All that is very uninteresting," he said aloud, "particularly for you. We are obscure people." "You regard me as an aristocrat?" Bazarov lifted his eyes and looked at Madame Odintsov. "Yes," he said with exaggerated harshness. She smiled. "I see you know me very little, though of course you maintain that all people are alike and that it is not worth while studying individuals. I will tell you the story of my life some time, but first tell me yours." "I know you very little," repeated Bazarov. "Perhaps you are right, perhaps really everyone is a riddle. You, for instance, you avoid society, you find it tedious, and you invited 2 students to stay with you. What makes you, with your beauty and your intelligence, live permanently in the country?" "What? What did you say?" Madame Odintsov interposed, eagerly. "With my beauty?" Bazarov frowned. Never mind about that," he muttered. "I wanted to say that I don't properly understand why you settled in the country." "You don't understand it, yet you explain it to yourself somehow." "Yes, I suppose that you prefer to remain in one place because you are self-indulgent, very fond of comfort and ease, and very indifferent to everything else." Madame Odintsov smiled again. "You absolutely refuse to believe that I am capable of being carried away by anything?" Bazarov glanced at her from under his brows. "By curiosity, perhaps, but in no other way." "Indeed! Well, now I understand why we have become such friends. You are just like me." "We have become friends," Bazarov muttered in a hollow voice. "Yes, why, I had forgotten that you want to go away." Bazarov got up. The lamp burned dimly in the darkening, isolated, fragrant room; the blind swayed from time to time and let in the stimulating freshness of the night and its mysterious whispers. Madame Odintsov did not stir, but a hidden excitement gradually took possession of her. It communicated itself to Bazarov. He suddenly felt he was alone with a young and beautiful woman. "Where are you going?" she said slowly. He made no answer and sank into a chair. "And so you consider me a placid, pampered, self-indulgent creature," she continued in the same tone and without taking her eyes off the window. "But I know so much about myself that I am unhappy." "You unhappy? What for? Surely you can't attach any importance to slanderous gossip?" Madame Odintsov frowned. She was upset that he had understood her words in that way. "Such gossip does not even amuse me, Evgeny Vassilich, and I am too proud to allow it to disturb me. I am unhappy because I have no desires, no love of life. You look at me suspiciously; you think those are the words of an aristocrat who sits in lace on a velvet chair. I don't deny for a moment that I like what you call comfort, and at the same time I have little desire to live. Reconcile that contradiction as best you can. Of course it is all sheer romanticism to you." Bazarov shook his head. "You are healthy, independent and rich. What more is left? What do you want?" "What do I want?" repeated Madame Odintsov, and sighed. "I am very tired. I am old, I feel as if I had lived a very long time. Yes, I am old," she added, softly drawing the ends of her shawl over her bare arms. Her eyes met Bazarov's and she blushed slightly. "So many memories are behind me: life in Petersburg, wealth, then poverty, then my father's death, marriage, then traveling abroad, as was inevitable; so many memories and so little worth remembering, and in front of me a long, long road without a goal. I have not even the desire to go on." "Are you so disappointed?" asked Bazarov. "No," answered Madame Odintsov, speaking with deliberation, "but I am dissatisfied. I think if I were strongly attached to something." "You want to fall in love," Bazarov interrupted her, "but you can't love. That is your unhappiness." Madame Odintsov started looking at the shawl over her sleeve. "Am I incapable of love?" she murmured. "Hardly. But I was wrong in calling it unhappiness. On the contrary, a person should rather be pitied when that happens to him." "When what happens to him?" "Falling in love." "And how do you know that?" "I have heard it," answered Bazarov angrily. You are flirting, he thought. You're bored and are playing with me for want of anything better to do, while I... Truly his heart was torn. "Besides, you may be expecting too much," he said, leaning forward with his whole body and playing with the fringe of his chair. "Perhaps. I want everything or nothing. A life for a life, taking one and giving up another without hesitation and beyond recall. Or else better have nothing." "Well," observed Bazarov, "those are fair terms, and I'm surprised that so far you haven't found what you want." "And do you think it would be easy to give oneself up entirely to anything?" "Not easy, if you start reflecting, waiting, estimating your value, appraising yourself, I mean. But to give oneself unreasoningly is very easy." "How can one help valuing oneself? If I have no value, then who needs my devotion?" "That is not my affair. It is for another person to investigate my value. The main thing is to know how to devote oneself." Madame Odintsov leaned forward from the back of her chair. "You speak as if you had experienced it all yourself," she said. "It happened to come up in the course of our conversation, but all that, as you know, is not in my line." "But could you devote yourself unreservedly?" "I don't know. I don't want to boast." Madame Odintsov said nothing, and Bazarov remained silent. The sounds of the piano floated up to them from the drawing room. "How is it that Katya is playing so late?" observed Madame Odintsov. Bazarov got up. "Yes, it really is late now. Time for you to go to bed." "Wait a little. Why should you hurry? I want to say one word to you." "What is it?" "Wait a little," whispered Madame Odintsov. Her eyes rested on Bazarov; it seemed as if she was examining him attentively. He walked across the room, then suddenly came up to her hurriedly, said good by, squeezed her hand so that she almost screamed, and went out. She raised her compressed fingers to her lips, breathed on them, then rose impulsively from her armchair and moved rapidly towards the door, as if she wanted to bring Bazarov back. A maid entered the room carrying a decanter on a silver tray. Madame Odintsov stood still, told the maid she could go, and sat down again, deep in thought. Her hair slipped loose and fell in a dark coil over her shoulders. The lamp went on burning for a long time in her room while she still sat there motionless, only from time to time rubbing her hands which were bitten by the cold night air. Bazarov returned to his bedroom 2 hours later, his boots wet with dew, looking disheveled and gloomy. He found Arkady sitting at the writing desk with a book in his hands, his coat buttoned up to the neck. "Not in bed yet?" he exclaimed with what sounded like annoyance. "You were sitting a long time with Anna Sergeyevna this evening," said Arkady without answering his question. "Yes, I sat with her all the time you were playing the piano with Katerina Sergeyevna." "I was not playing," began Arkady, and stopped. He felt that tears were rising in his eyes, and he did not want to cry in front of his sarcastic friend. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fathers and Sons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Richard Hare. Chapter 18. The next day, when Madame Odintsov came down to tea, Bazarov sat for a long time bending over his cup, then suddenly glanced up at her. She turned towards him as if he had touched her, and he fancied that her face was paler since the night before. She soon went off to her own room and did not reappear till breakfast. It had rained since early morning, so that there was no question of going for walks. The whole party assembled in the drawing room. Arkady took up the last number of a journal and began to read. The princess, as usual, first tried to express angry amazement by her facial expression, as though he were doing something indecent, then glared angrily at him, but he paid no attention to her. "Evgeny Vassilich," said Anna Sergeyevna, "let us go to my room. I want to ask you mentioned a textbook yesterday." She got up and went to the door. The princess looked round as if she wanted to say, "Look at me, see how shocked I am," and again stared at Arkady, but he merely raised his head, and exchanging glances with Katya, near whom he was sitting, he went on reading. Madame Odintsov walked quickly into her study. Bazarov followed her without raising his eyes, and only listening to the delicate swish and rustle of her silk dress gliding in front of him. Madame Odintsov sat down in the same armchair in which she had sat the evening before, and Bazarov also sat down in his former place. "Well, what is that book called?" she began after a short silence. "Pelouse et Frais, Notions Générales," answered Bazarov. "However, I might recommend to you also Ganot, Traité élémentaire de physique expérimentale. In that book the illustrations are clearer, and as a complete textbook." Madame Odintsov held out her hand. "Evgeny Vassilich, excuse me, but I didn't invite you here to discuss textbooks. I wanted to go on with our conversation of last night. You went away so suddenly. It won't bore you?" "I am at your service, Anna Sergeyevna. But what were we talking about last night?" Madame Odintsov cast a sidelong glance at Bazarov. "We were talking about happiness, I believe. I told you about myself. By the way, I just mentioned the word happiness. Tell me, why is it that even when we are enjoying, for instance, music, a beautiful evening, or a conversation with agreeable people, it all seems to be rather a hint of immeasurable happiness existing somewhere apart, rather than genuine happiness, such, I mean, as we ourselves can really possess? Why is it? Or perhaps you never experienced that kind of feeling. You know the saying, 'Happiness is where we are not'?" replied Bazarov. "Besides, you told me yesterday that you are discontented. But it is as you say, no such ideas ever enter my head." "Perhaps they seem ridiculous to you?" "No, they just don't enter my head." "Really? Do you know, I should very much like to know what you do think about." "How? I don't understand you." "Listen, I have long wanted to have a frank talk with you. There is no need to tell you, for you know it yourself, that you are not an ordinary person. You are still young, your whole life lies before you. For what are you preparing yourself? What future awaits you? I mean to say, what purpose are you aiming at? In what direction are you moving? What is in your heart? In short, who and what are you?" "You surprise me, Anna Sergeyevna. You know that I am studying natural science, and Yes, who are you?" "I have already told you that I am going to be a district doctor." Anna Sergeyevna made an impatient movement. "What do you say that for? You don't believe it yourself. Arkady might answer me in that way, but not you." How does Arkady come in?" "Stop! Is it possible you could content yourself with such a humble career, and aren't you always declaring that medicine doesn't exist for you? You, with your ambition, a district doctor? You answer me like that in order to put me off, because you have no confidence in me. But you know, Evgeny Vassilich, I should be able to understand you. I also have been poor and ambitious, like you. Perhaps I went through the same trials as you." "That's all very well, Anna Sergeyevna, but you must excuse me. I am not in the habit of talking freely about myself in general, and there is such a gulf between you and me." "In what way a gulf? Do you mean to tell me again that I am an aristocrat? Enough of that, Evgeny Vassilich. I thought I had convinced you." "And apart from all that," broke in Bazarov, "how can we want to talk and think about the future, which for the most part doesn't depend on ourselves? If an opportunity turns up of doing something, so much the better, and if it doesn't turn up, at least one can be glad that one didn't idly gossip about it beforehand." "You call a friendly conversation gossip? Or perhaps you consider me as a woman unworthy of your confidence? I know you despise us all." "I don't despise you, Anna Sergeyevna, and you know that." "No, I don't know anything. But let us suppose so. I understand your disinclination to talk about your future career, but as to what is taking place within you now." "Taking place?" repeated Bazarov. "As if I were some kind of government or society? In any case, it is completely uninteresting, and besides, can a person always speak out loud of everything which takes place within him?" "But I don't see why you shouldn't speak freely about everything you have in your heart." "Can you?" asked Bazarov. "I can," answered Anna Sergeyevna after a moment's hesitation. Bazarov bowed his head. "You are luckier than I." "As you like," she continued, "but still something tells me that we did not get to know each other for nothing, that we shall become good friends. I am sure that your, how shall I say, your constraint, your reserve, will disappear eventually." "So you have noticed in me reserve, and how did you put it, constraint?"
"Yes."
Bazarov got up and went to the window. "And would you like to know the reason for this reserve? Would you like to know what is happening within me?"
"Yes,"
repeated Madame Odintsov, with a sort of dread which she did not quite understand. "And you will not be angry?"
"No."
"No?" Bazarov was standing with his back to her. "Let me tell you, then, that I love you like a fool, like a madman. There! You've got that out of me." Madame Odintsov raised both her hands in front of her, while Bazarov pressed his forehead against the window pane. He was breathing hard, his whole body trembled visibly. But it was not the trembling of youthful timidity, not the sweet awe of the first declaration that possessed him; it was a passion beating within him, a powerful heavy passion not unlike fury and perhaps akin to it. Madame Odintsov began to feel both frightened and sorry for him.
"Evgeny Vassilich,"
she murmured, and her voice rang with unconscious tenderness. He quickly turned round, threw a devouring look at her, and seizing both her hands, he suddenly pressed her to him. She did not free herself at once from his embrace, but a moment later she was standing far away in a corner and looking from there at Bazarov. He rushed towards her.
"You misunderstood me,"
she whispered in hurried alarm. It seemed that if he had made one more step she would have screamed. Bazarov bit his lips and went out. Half an hour later a maid gave Anna Sergeyevna a note from Bazarov. It consisted merely of one line: "Am I to leave today, or can I stop till tomorrow?" "Why should you leave? I did not understand you, you did not understand me," Anna Sergeyevna answered, but to herself she thought, "I did not understand myself either." She did not show herself till dinner time, and kept walking up and down her room, with her arms behind her back, sometimes stopping in front of the window or the mirror, and sometimes slowly rubbing her handkerchief over her neck, on which she still seemed to feel a burning spot. She asked herself what had impelled her to get that out of him, as Bazarov had expressed it, to secure his confidence, and whether she had really suspected nothing. "I am to blame," she concluded aloud, "but I could not have foreseen this." She became pensive and blushed when she recalled Bazarov's almost animal face when he had rushed at her. "Or," she suddenly uttered aloud, stopping short and shook her curls. She caught sight of herself in the mirror. Her tossed back head, with a mysterious smile on the half closed, half open eyes and lips, told her, it seemed, in a flash something at which she herself felt confused. "No," she decided at last, "God alone knows what it would lead to. He couldn't be trifled with. After all, peace is better than anything else in the world." Her own peace of mind was not deeply disturbed, but she felt sad and once even burst into tears, without knowing why, but not on account of the insult she had just experienced. She did not feel insulted, she was more inclined to feel guilty. Under the influence of various confused impulses, the consciousness that life was passing her by, the craving for novelty, she had forced herself to move on to a certain point, forced herself also to look beyond it. And there she had seen not even an abyss, but only sheer emptiness, or something hideous. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Moline.